landscape is undergoing a remarkable transformation, driven by evolving traveler preferences, digital advancements, and a renewed focus on sustainability. Indians are recognizing the potential of the local and embracing it like never before. It is no longer about visiting the iconic landmarks. It is about discovering hidden gems, exploring offbeat destinations, and experiencing the cultural richness beyond the usual tourist trails. One of the biggest trends shaping tourism is experiential and immersive travel. Travelers are seeking deeper cultural engagements, learning traditional crafts from artisans, and staying with families in heritage homestays. Culinary tourism is gaining popularity too, with food lovers exploring regional cuisines through curated food trails and cooking workshops. There is, of course, ecotourism and sustainable travel with the rise in responsible wildlife tourism and community-driven initiatives. To this end, we have brought together travel experts, key industry and government stakeholders, historians, and cultural conservationists to deliberate on how to make India a travel hotspot. Before we delve into the discussions lined up for today, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for their support. Presented by Tourism and Civil Aviation Department, Government of Sikkim, State Partner, Gujarat Tourism, Associate Sponsors, Meghalaya Tourism, Uttarakhand Tourism, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan Tourism, Tamil Nadu Tourism, and Delhi Tourism. We would also like to engage with us. If you would like to engage with us on social media, do share your thoughts using the hashtag India Today Tourism Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is slightly delayed, so we will begin this power-packed conclave with our first panel discussion. The panel Reorienting Tourism Strategy has voices from the states on how they are creating compelling narratives around natural treasures, culture, heritage, and several other sustainability initiatives to boost tourism in their respective states. To discuss how they are reimagining their tourism narratives, please welcome Mr. Ravi Jain, Principal Secretary, Tourism, Rajasthan. Please welcome him on stage. Mr. Jain. Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, Secretary, Tourism, Goa. Mr. C.S. Rao, Principal Secretary, Tourism and Civil Aviation Department, Sikkim. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right early in the morning, and this is our first panel. The topic is travel. Can you please show me some energy? Can we have please put your hands together for the speakers. And we also have Mr. Sachin Kurve, Secretary of Tourism and CEO of Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. Not good enough, everyone. Steering this conversation will be India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka. Kaushik, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you all had tea or coffee, whichever beverage you like. This is going to be an interesting discussion because when we talk about tourism, these days the word over-tourism is increasingly getting used. And especially we have two states here, probably, in fact, I can say all four states represented by these gentlemen, they have this problem of over-tourism. I'll start with Rajasthan. Mr. Jain, Rajasthan means whosoever will probably land in Delhi from any other country, they probably Rajasthan, any destination in Rajasthan would be in their list. So the challenge is always there that the publicity is there, promotion is there, but also the historical monuments that you have and other rich heritage that Rajasthan has. How do you balance over-tourism in terms of conserving these destinations and your rich cultural heritage?
Hi. Actually, over-tourism was never a problem for our state but recently, after Corona, the number of tourists, basically domestic tourists, the number has increased manifold. And as you rightly said, whosoever comes to Delhi, the Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, this triangle circuit, it's a must for him to come to Jaipur or Rajasthan and see the monuments here. Though the preferences of the people have changed from earlier just to go to see the monuments and heritage properties to come more and more for leisure tourism, but still, our monuments in Jaipur, which are famous world over, like Amer Fort, Albert Hall, Jantar Mantar, Hawa Mahal, they really are thronged by the tourists. And recently, I have seen this problem in our Parkota World City area, where all these sites are situated one after the another. The Amer, Nahargarh, Jaigarh Fort, the Jantar Mantar, Hawa Mahal, Albert Hall, they all are in one line. And people come there in thousands of numbers. They start from the morning until late evening. So there is a problem of congestion. There is a problem of traffic jams, especially during the season of October to February. So to deal with it, we are thinking of limiting the numbers basically so that the tourist experience is very good and he doesn't have to face the jam and to reach the destination in 2 hours or 3 hours. So we are trying our best to limit the booking amount, booking also, and also to facilitate them. We are now building new parking areas. We are creating one-ways to reach the monuments. And from the next year onwards, the problem which we face this year of over-tourism, as you say, will be having much more better arrangements in terms of guiding the tourists through to these tourist places.
I'll now come to Goa because this is one state which has been in the news for certain comments by ministers about over-tourism and overexposure, especially the beach tourism. Though Goa is extremely beautiful and there are other places that one can explore. So how is Goa dealing with this problem?
Thank you. Goa beach have always been popular. So people throng the beach, especially during the winter season. And as Mr. Jain also stated, post-COVID, the domestic tourist numbers have grown. And main reason in Goa is because when the international flights were not allowed to come in or go out during COVID, most of the domestic tourists shifted to Goa. And they like Goa and some of them have settled there. So people have got used to traveling to Goa again. And Goa is a place which is very well connected because we have 2 airports now and the road connectivity is also good. So that is why we have huge numbers of people coming. To tackle that, we have as you said rightly, we have started doing hinterland tourism, promoting hinterland tourism away from beaches with 2 purposes. One is that people who come to Goa, they should visit the beach. I don't mind that, but they should go to other places as well. And that also helps in increasing the number of days which the people stay. And that, of course, increases the economic potential also of the state. I'll just give an example how we are tackling it. You all must be aware that we have this sunburn festival happening in end of December. Generally, it happens on 28th, 29th, 30th December. That is the usual date when it happens. So previously, it used to be held at Hilltop in Vagator, which is a beach, close to beach, area close to beach. And because of the small capacity of roads, coastal roads especially, and about 1 lakh people visit the sunburn every day. So those roads were used to get jammed, totally jammed, because so many people coming to one site. Those site was huge, but approach roads were limited. So this time what we did was that we shifted it to a place north of Goa, which is near the Mopa airport. And since our highway connectivity is good, we have big highways, so all people went there. Though there was some jam at the highway, but coastal roads were empty. In fact, I don't know, many of you must have seen that during the end of December, there were many influencers who were saying that Goa is this time, season has not, people have not come, there's no traffic jam there, there's not people there. The reason was that there was no traffic jam at the coastal roads, which people used to see traffic jams at the coastal roads during the end of the December month. So that was our strategy, that was the reason why we didn't get the jam. But if you compare the numbers, we have around 50% growth December on December, 24 vis-a-vis 23. So these are the things, these are the strategies which we are employing, like promoting hinterland tourism, promoting adventure tourism, promoting other activities. We have very good temples in Goa, so we are promoting those temples so that people can visit off-beach locations as well. And as of now, we have met with a bit of success. It's an ever-learning process. We'll keep on doing new things so that the people have a good experience in Goa tourism. Thank you.
Mr. Rao, Sikkim has been one of the most beautiful states in India. Even if it hasn't reached the level of over-tourism, but it's in Himalayan ecosystem, and it has a very fragile environment, and it's very important to conserve that. In that context, how is Sikkim managing to handle tourism? You are welcoming, you have certain challenges also in terms of infrastructure, connectivity challenges, which I believe is going to be sorted out soon. But still, the numbers are increasing. So in that context, how are you handling this, this challenge of balancing tourism? You need revenue from tourism. At the same time, you need to preserve this Himalayan ecosystem.
Good morning, all the delegates, and thanks to India Today for organizing this meet. So myself, I am C.S. Rao, Principal Secretary Tourism. Regarding Sikkim, it is simple words we can say this is the dream destination for all the Indian citizens, not only Indian citizens, all the foreigners, it is a dream destination. If you see the last year 2024 scenario, almost 2.5 months, the road was totally cut off. An extent that is the lifeline, only lifeline for Sikkim. That is 2.5 months that was cut off. Despite of having that hardship, around 16,25,000 of tourists they have visited. Because the name and fame, whatever Sikkim has gained so far. That is the main identity, you can say. This many numbers, out of this 16,25,000, around 15,40,000, they are the domestic tourists. Then 84,000 plus, 84,800 foreign tourists. That this foreign tourist number, inbound tourist number, if you compare with other northeastern states, this is the highest one. Okay. Regarding this over-tourism, we don't have any problem of over-tourism. We have very good carrying capacity. As on date, there are, we can accommodate around 52,000 tourists in a day. That is our capacity. Right now, we don't have any problem. But as stated by Mr. Kaushik, we have to give good attention for sustainable development and ecotourism. Ecotourism, regarding ecotourism, government has taken very good initiative. We are preserving, conserving our biodiversity. Biodiversity wise, if you see the state, we have, though we have only 0.2% of the country's total geographical area, we are fostering 25% of the biodiversity of India. That may be the flora or fauna, 25% of the biodiversity that is available in the state of Sikkim. Regarding other things, tourists, whoever are visiting, they are very conscious about our environment. We are planning to restrict the movement of tourists, minimize or to control the tourist number in the eco-sensitive zones. That we are going to do. We are blessed with Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve and National Park that got UNESCO's World Heritage Identity under culture and natural. This is the only national park have the identity of UNESCO under both the categories, natural and cultural. That is only Kanchenjunga National Park. Otherwise, We are providing good hospitality. Our people of Sikkim, we have three ethnic communities, that is Lepcha, Bhutia, and Nepali. All the three communities, they have mingled, though they have different culture, different traditions, they have mingled, then they have developed a culture that is called Sikkimese culture and Sikkimese traditions. They are very, very good in hospitality. So far, whoever are visited, out of these delegates, so many so many people, they might have visited Sikkim. They are praising the hospitality they have, whatever they had in the state of Sikkim, for which I am grateful to the people of Sikkim.
When it comes to Uttarakhand, religious tourism is one thing Uttarakhand is known for, also adventure tourism. Then Uttarakhand has many beautiful scenic places. But at the same time, as we saw during that flood, that a lot of homestays or small hotels that are mushrooming in the state, which created problem for the sustainability of the state's tourism. Now, after that, a lot of things have been done over there. So could you highlight some of the things that have been done by the government to not only promote tourism, but to make it sustainable? Because like Sikkim, Uttarakhand also falls in the same Himalayan ecosystem.
Tourism as a sector that plays an important role in the overall economy of Uttarakhand. Its importance from the overall economy of Uttarakhand can be assessed, can be understood in the context of certain facts like tourism as a sector contributes almost 14 to 15% to the state GDP of Uttarakhand. As far as the domestic tourist inflow is concerned, the average annual growth rate is almost 13 to 14%. And after the announcement of the new tourism policy, which is popularly known as the 2030 tourism policy of Uttarakhand, because it will be in force till 2030. The state government has received proposals worth almost 10,000 crores from the various developers and investors, and state government has accorded its approval to all of them in the last 2 years. And of those 10,000 crore proposals were pertaining to almost 5,500 crore projects that are started at the ground level. So on the basis of these facts, we can say that tourism as a sector that plays an important role in the growth story of Uttarakhand. No doubt Uttarakhand is a Devbhumi. Religious tourism occupies a predominant position in the overall tourism profile of the state. But it also is a major source of livelihood for the local people. So in order to address the issues of sustainability, in order to address the issue of so-called over-tourism or the more people coming to the one particular destinations in the domain of religious tourism, we are emphasizing a new concept that creating a node around a magnet. When I say a magnet, it means a popular destination, and a node means a hidden gems around that, near to that popular destination. So in that context, we are promoting the new places like Lord Kartikeya Temple, which is in Rudraprayag district, which is the only abode of Lord Kartikeya in the northern part of India. We are promoting Timar Sen Mahadev in the Niti Malari Valley, which is also in the vibrant village notification list, and which is also popularly known as Amarnath of Uttarakhand. The emphasis is on the sustainable tourism, responsible tourism, but tourism for all. In this context, the homestays are going to play a major vital role in the years to come. Till now, almost 5,500 homestays they are registered with the tourism department. On the front of the marketing initiatives, they do lack. So Uttarakhand government tourism department has come up with its own portal called uttarastays.com, which lends a helping hand to these homestay owners. At the same time, in the domain of sustainable tourism, we are also evolving the new tourism products like Nakshatra Sabha, that is astrotourism. Because of the low pollution index and no light pollution at a higher altitudes in Uttarakhand, till now, under the banner of Nakshatra Sabha, we have concluded almost 5 to 6 sessions at a remote station, and we have got wonderful response in that regard. Recently, we have concluded India's first ever dark sky conclave also, which was recently concluded at Ramnagar in Nainital. So, while developing these new tourism destinations, or while promoting the homestays, and while promoting this sustainable tourism, the emphasis on the 4A perspective, that is accessibility, amenities, accommodation and activities, but the emphasis on the local cultural ethos, environmental considerations, and local vernacular architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Kurbe. It seems that post-COVID, there has been a surge in domestic tourism, as Mr. Ahuja and Mr. Jain pointed out. Now, this could be a controversial question because there is a perception that there are certain differences in the behavioral patterns of domestic tourists and international tourists. So, in that context, and considering your own state, I'll start with Mr. Jain. How do you see, what would be your advisory for domestic tourists if there are certain behavioral differences between domestic tourists and international tourists?
When it comes to the pattern of inflow of tourists in the states, definitely the change is very much, can be seen that domestic tourism arrival has increased manifold. And in fact, the change of pattern of tourists to go to some tourist sites have also changed. Now they come more for the leisure tourism than to see the monuments. And this is a fact. Rather than going to few places like Amer and Mehrangarh Fort or Jaisalmer, now they come to stay in a resort and stay there for 3 days, maybe not going even out for a single day. So the kind of change of pattern of travel and enjoying your travel has completely changed the mindset also. Earlier, the kind of things which we used to see in the behavioral pattern of the domestic tourists and the behavioral pattern of the foreign tourists, there used to be some kinds of complaints which were always there in the minds of the foreign tourists when they come to the iconic locations in Rajasthan. The problem of overcrowding was always there. The problem of lapkas was there. And always a kind of feel in the foreign tourists that they have been cheated by the local shopkeepers and something like that. But the responsibility of the Indian tourists, the domestic tourists, has increased day by day. And I can see the change in pattern also. When they come to the city, they are much more disciplined. They are not going to the places which are not for them, something like that. They are not complaining that much. And foreign tourists who want to see the heritage of Rajasthan, they go there, they enjoy the tourist locations there, and they also go back to their country, and they put a word of mouth for coming back to the Rajasthan. So I feel that change of pattern in the domestic tourist behavior when they come to Rajasthan or they come to any other state. Thank you.
That's an encouraging development. Mr. Ahuja, you share the same thoughts?
I do to an extent. In fact, I do not agree with the statement that there's a behavioral difference between foreign tourists and Indian tourists, domestic tourists. I think the behavior is generally the same, and there would be good apples and bad apples in all categories of tourists. So I agree that the pattern does change with the domestic tourists coming, more domestic tourists coming, their pattern does change, as Mr. Jain pointed out. But I don't see any behavioral change as such, and the behavior remains the same generally. There could be good people in all kinds of tourists. In fact, in Goa, we had the pleasure of inviting many Russian tourists earlier, especially pre-COVID. They are coming now also, but the numbers were huge before COVID. And they used to get mingled with the domestic people as if they are the domestic people. They used to do the occupation, etc. also. So behaviorally, I don't see there's a much difference between the foreign tourist and the domestic tourist. But yes, the patterns do change.
And Sikkim, because it's a small state and also there would be manpower issues, community participation in tourism is very important because it can actually make a tourism sector. So how is the state working with the local communities, the state administration, Mr. Rao?
Tourism development, we have to have the participation of local community. That is true. Before coming to this point, I would like to say one or two words regarding that behavioral change of domestic and foreign tourists. Both the categories, they are well disciplined. But after COVID, one thing we have noticed, sorry, foreign tourists, most of them, they are preferring homestays. After COVID, most of the foreign tourists, I said 84,000 plus foreign tourists, they visited in 2024. Okay, out of which more than 50% of the people, they have gone for homestay. If they go for homestay, they are going to mingling with the local public. They are involving the different activities, whatever the local public they are performing. Then they are really enjoying. They are really enjoying the culture. Then village map, tourist map we have prepared for all the villages. As per the map, they are planning to visit almost all the new corner of that particular locality. That is those are the things happening from foreign tourists. In the similar way, if the tourists, they are coming some educated lot, they are also preferring to go to homestays or some remote areas instead of staying in cities. They are planning to be there in rural areas. That's why after seeing this scenario, state government has changed its strategy to develop rural tourism in the state. So accordingly, our Honorable Chief Minister P.S. Thamang Sahab, what he did, he very recently, he started one mega homestay project. Under that particular project, 1,000 numbers of homestays that will be prepared in the individual's land holding. Okay. Then each mega homestay, there are 3 rooms with attached toilet and bathroom facilities. Everything he has provided. That is very good opportunity to the rural youth for coming out and continue their livelihood earning in the sector of tourism. If you see the present scenario, around 18 to 20% of the population of Sikkim, they are involved in the tourism activities. So these are the things related to rural tourism. Actually, it is coming up very well because if you see in the rural tourism, again I am repeating you, we are going to see, directly you can see the culture and the traditions of the local people. They are very hospitable. Regarding this tourism sector, forest department is playing a major role. They are coming out with so many department has taken up some new schemes. Last time you might have heard from our Honorable Chief Minister. He said that different schemes being executed by the Forest Department. Forest cover, it has we are maintaining that 47% of forest and tree cover. We have 82% of the land under Forest Department. We have come out very well. But one more thing is there, environmental related things. We have very clean environment in the state of Sikkim. That is the beauty. Almost all the tourists, whoever are visiting, they are enjoying the environment of the state. Especially at the Diwali time, almost all the states, they have some problem. But in the state of Sikkim, we are not using light emitting or sound emitting firecrackers. We are not using them. We are decorating our houses. Very beautifully we are celebrating. Even if you compare the standards prescribed by Central Pollution Control Board with the state government Pollution Control Board standards, particularly at that time, really everybody will be impressed that those prescriptions, those measurements, they are much lesser than some prescribed measures by the Central Pollution Control Board. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Kurve, Uttarakhand also attracts a large number of long-term travelers. people who, this concept of new age nomadism, people who would like to detox, or people who would like to create a work-life balance, or in search of spirituality, they go to Uttarakhand, to different places. I'm not talking about spiritual locations only. They stay there for a longer period. Is the government recognizing this trend? And what are the infrastructure development, or what are the facilities that you are providing to these kind of tourists?
See, as you are rightly said, particularly in the post-COVID period, if I compare the figures, there has been the almost 34 to 35% increase in the domestic tourist inflow vis-a-vis the Char Dham Yatra as compared to pre-COVID period and the post-COVID period. So on the basis of the number of tourists which are coming for the religious pilgrimage, on that basis, we can interpolate the data pertaining to this kind of tourists which are coming to Uttarakhand. No doubt there has been a significant increase in the numbers of the tourists which is coming to the far and flung areas of Uttarakhand. Particularly in the post-COVID period, the emphasis of the tourist which is coming to Uttarakhand is to go for the isolated, secluded places with much more emphasis on the hygiene. So, as I said while addressing your previous question, that the emphasis now, the importance which we are now going to create new nodes around the magnets. Secondly, community participation or the development of the homestays for such kind of tourists with emphasis on the hygiene, with the emphasis on the wellness, that has been the priority of the Uttarakhand Tourism Department. Work from home is now a new concept. So in the coming months, we are going to create certain villages with the 5G connectivity. So which will, with a low pollution index, such places can be a next second home for such kind of people who will be coming to Uttarakhand. And you will be using the basic infrastructure facilities for their day-to-day work also. Thirdly, as I said, that it's a hilly state. So accessibility to such places is also one of the major consideration while developing the new tourism destinations. So Uttarakhand Civil Aviation Department, on the lines of the Government of India Civil Aviation Department, Uttarakhand Civil Aviation Department has come up with its own Udan scheme. It is the first state which has its own Udan scheme. And on the basis of that Udan scheme, we have started connecting all the major popular destinations with the state capital of Uttarakhand. Also, we have started our air service from Delhi to Pithoragarh. From Dehradun, we have connected Uttarkashi, we have connected Pithoragarh, we have connected Haldwani, we have connected Dharchula and Munshari, Almora. So all the major popular destinations we are connected with the state capital of Uttarakhand, that is Dehradun. As far as the training of the homestay owner is concerned, we are opening the various Institute of Hotel Management located in Uttarakhand. Recently, we also concluded one training session with the Airbnb also, and the efforts in this regard will be continuing.
Thank you. We have just 1 minute left. So I'll ask this question to everyone, and I need a very quick answer. Maybe in 10 seconds. Imagine you are creating a new promotional thing for your state tourism, something new you have to say. So what would be the one sentence or word that you would talk about your state? I'll start from Mr. Jain. One word or one sentence, quickly.
I would say Wed in Rajasthan will be the one single line which will promote the wedding, destination wedding in Rajasthan, and I will invite all the future couples to come to Rajasthan and celebrate their marriage in Rajasthan. Thank you.
Mr. Ahuja.
We are developing Goa, I'll take slightly more than 10 seconds. We are developing Goa as an IT destination also, and we are making co-working spaces at the beaches, which will be beautiful places both to work as well as for tourism purpose. So I would rather add the software part to Goa's sun, sea and sand.
Mr. Rao.
Yeah, we want to promote Sikkim as a MICE tourism. Government of India is also stressing on that particular events. That's why we want to come out for MICE tourism.
Mr. Kurve.
Tourism in the border villages under the Vibrant Village program.
Thank you. Time is up. It's very difficult to discuss in such short span of time such wonderful states. But thank you for coming here and joining in this panel discussion. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you.
So please, requesting you to stay back on the stage. We'll just do a quick photograph and a token of appreciation. So thank you for sharing insights around the various initiatives on how these states are attracting both domestic and international travelers. I would like to now request India Today Group CEO Manoj Sharma to come up on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is slightly delayed. So we will go ahead with the second panel of the day. The panel, Tourism Meets Tenacity. Enchanting Assam, Enduring Efforts explores how Assam is emerging as a powerhouse of sustainable and experiential tourism, balancing conservation with visitor growth, improving connectivity and empowering local communities. For this panel, please welcome the session speakers on stage. Ms. Padmapani Bora, Commissioner and Secretary, Tourism Department, Assam. Everyone, let's give him a warm round of applause. And Dr. Purnima Devi Burman, she's a conservationist. Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to her. Also requesting India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka, to please come back on stage and moderate this discussion.
Good morning, everyone, once again. It's very interesting to be part of this panel. I have two distinguished guests who are from my home state, Assam. And as you can see, this session is all about tourism in Assam. Recently, the New York Times published a list of places to visit in 2025, and Assam was placed at number 4 among all the global destinations. Then Agoda came up with a list where it placed Guwahati as one of the fastest growing tourist destinations. So it's probably the time for Assam. And we have two great ambassadors of Assam tourism. I'd like to share this news also, that recently Time magazine, the 2025 list of 13 women of the year, we have among us one of them, Dr. Burman. She was selected among people like stars like Nicole Kidman. So we are proud to have you here. I'll start with Padma Pani. I'll call him Padma Pani because he's also my college junior. So can't forget that. So how did this happen, Padma Pani? Once Assam was known for terrorism and bomb blast and many other things. When I first came to Delhi, people were scared to go there, and now it's finding place in global list. So how did this happen?
First of all, I'd like to thank India Today Group for organizing this event and also having this panel discussion on Assam tourism. Kaushik, this is rightly asked, if you ask anybody, nobody had ever thought of this thing, that New York Times would rate Assam one of the 52 destinations, that is also at number 4 to be visited in 2025. We had a long history of insurgency in the state, and this all has now become possible. Now New York Times or Agoda's rating, this is because of the perception change. I strongly feel perception change with constant support from the union government under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister in last 10 years, and also the efforts that put by the state government in last 4-5 years under the leadership of our Chief Minister. Because if you see that central government now considering Northeast India as the Astalakshmi, they are putting so much effort to bring Northeast in the global map, so much of efforts on development and promotion. And if you see precisely perception change and certain factors behind that. First, I strongly feel that law and order. The law and order has improved tremendously in Assam in last 4-5 years. So much efforts to sign peace accords from the state government side, also supported by the union government. Secondly, there are no such insurgency incidents in last 4-5 years, 6 years. Then there is no protest as such in Assam. This is the prime reason, law and order. Secondly, the systematic approach. This New York Times specifically mentioned about the tourism potential in Assam, that is Soraido Moidams, Kaziranga National Park, Kamakhya Temple. We had all these things, but there are no systematic approach. Ever since this new government in the union, since 2014, they have given us full support to the state, and also our Chief Minister made the point that we should bring Soraido in the international platform. We made that dossier, supported the union government as India's single nomination in the UNESCO's World Heritage Site. Our Honorable Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister in Indian history to stay in Kaziranga for a night. After this visit of Honorable Prime Minister, the upsurge of tourist footfall in the state. Third, I strongly feel the infrastructure. Look at the infrastructure. State government is putting, substantial amount of budget in the infrastructure development, also supported by union government. Union government in the form of Swadesh Darshan, we have allocated 2 destinations in Assam, 100 crore each. Kamakhya corridor is being developed under PM Divine. We have given destination under challenge-based destination development by the government of India. We are also given central assistance, capital assistance for development, beautification, Ranghat and State Zoo. State is also pushing or encouraging private investments in the tourism sector. So this is basically, the systematic approach, law and order, and infrastructure development that has taken place in the last 10 years and 4-5 years in state government that's actually helped in changing perceptions. I think this is the major reason for having such ratings nationally and internationally.
When I was growing up, there was a bird in Assam. In Assamese, it's called hargila. In English, it's greater adjutant stork. And it used to be everywhere. Then I realized that it became extinct. And in Delhi, I met several people who actually asked me that they wanted to go to Assam to actually see this bird. And if that became possible from almost on the verge of being extinct to now becoming a tourist attraction in some ways, it is because of one woman, Dr. Burman. She is popularly known in Assam as Hargila Baidev. And because of her efforts, that bird also has contributed to some extent in Assam tourism. Now, I want to bring this part, ma'am. Conservation or environmental activists, how actually they can play a part in managing or increasing tourism in a state, because it's often seen as a contradictory thing, because in most places we see that environmentalists protest about tourism invasion, if I can use that word, but you are actually indirectly contributing to Assam's tourism. How do you see how actually both forces can work together?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaushik Deka. So I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much, India Today, for inviting us and for bringing Assam to the global spotlight. And yes, and I'm very blessed to hear that you keep hearing about the Hargila. Good morning, everyone, and namaskar from Assam. And so as Mr. Kaushik has told you about the bird, I think you might be very curious. So, and I also want to share that although I am mentioned here, introduced here as Purnima, so please forget my name forever. I come here as Hargila birds. Wherever I go, I go as Hargila birds, and I want everyone to represent one bird or one species and give voice, and I think the world will be so beautiful, right? So I thank you so much. Could you see the Hargila bird in my Assamese traditional Mekhela Sadar? Could you see? Yeah, maybe I can come to the front. Yeah. This is made by our women, Hargila Army. We have more than 20,000 women who are called as Hargila Army. So they give voice for these birds. So it is a community-based conservation story led by our women. And so you can see the Hargila birds, I think, in my ears also, and in my neck also, in my soul. And I want to spread this love for Hargila birds from my heart with all of you. And I think we can soar like Hargila to Assam, right? Thank you so much. So as I'm asked about the conservation and tourism, and I must say here about the sustainable and responsible tourism, and I think it is so important. And I would say that conservation or community-based story and tourism, they go hand in hand. And when, for example, in our area, we have, as I have mentioned, that our women who are called Hargila Army, people nowadays people who come to Assam, they go to meet our women, our communities, and they feel so proud, they feel so honored that tourists come to meet them, tourists come to see the birds, and this is also boosting up their efforts in conservation. So I must say that that helps a lot in conservation. And I also want to, I think it is very important to share here, because I got this opportunity, as Mr. Kaushik has mentioned about this bird, how it got extinct. So can you believe this bird was treated as bad omen or bad luck or a disease carrier? When I started my work, it was so challenges. And once our communities have realized, and when they stand out for these birds, and they now bring this bird from a bad omen to a cultural icon. So when he said about conservation, so it is all about our communities who are doing conservation and who are changing the bad omen to a cultural icon, and this cultural icon now attracting many people, many tourists. So we are very blessed. I think, we have to do. And yes, for example, the birds are in a breeding season. They are laying eggs. So at that time, when tourists go, we have some mandate. We keep telling them that you can observe them from far, or maybe you cannot go to all the locations. You can see them from far by taking a binoculars, and rather you please go to the loom, to our Hargila Learning Center. You go to the loom, see the birds here, meet the people, and experience the culture, the tradition, the dance, and the coexistence. So yeah, this way we educate the tourists. And and when I spoke about the nesting birds, the breeding birds, I must say, I think this is one of the, it's very, people all over the world love it and want to see it. So we, in Assam, we celebrate baby shower for the Hargila, which we call as Panchamrit, like you do as God Bharai. So baby shower for Hargila, like the way we do for our Assamese expectant mothers, and people love it. And it's just a connection. It's like how our women, how our communities got emotionally sensitized and they do their actions. So we integrate the birds into our tradition and cultures. And getting this as an opportunity, I invite each of you, please spread this message and come and visit our Hargila birds and meet our communities, meet our women, Hargila Army. Please come to Assam. We have many things to explore. You can experience. I think Assam is an emotion. Assam is beyond what we think. Please come. Thank you so much.
Padmapani, you have got a ready-made ambassador, that too without any fee. We have got the global attention, but are we ready for it? Why I'm asking you this question is because as the government machinery, you can probably create the infrastructure, but one major part is, as Purnima Baidu said, or Hargila Baidu said, the sensitizing the population, the local population, because like in a state like Goa or in Rajasthan, the people over there, they are exposed to tourism, not so much in Assam. So what is the government doing to integrate local population into this adventure?
See, with this increased footfall in the states and also the recognition, our responsibility has definitely increased, and state government is highly concerned about that. We have different training institute in Assam that is training for the various hospitality segments. We have at government level, also in private level. We have hospitality institution that we have collaborated with Tata Trust, and that is running in Sonapur area. We have trained our hospitality manpower so that we can provide a world-class service to the tourists they are visiting Assam. Along with that, we are trying to engage the local communities through our homestay program. We have a cluster-based homestay in Assam that we are supporting tourism self-help groups with capital subsidy, also marketing and promotional support. This is totally community-driven homestay policy that we are trying to engage. We are giving this support to 10 member of groups. So this community is involved and trying to engage in the local areas, local communities, also through our tea tourism investment and also promotional policy. Government is providing capital subsidy to iconic tea bungalows and also trying to tea communities, tea tribes communities to these hospitality sectors. Such hospitality projects already are in operation places like Dibrugarh, Kaziranga, and also recently Tezpur, and being managed by professional hospitality groups. They are also engaged in the local communities. So somehow I strongly feel people from outside Assam and from the other parts of India and globally also have never encountered any particular such incident in Assam that we are not hospitable. People from Northeast are very hospitable, I strongly feel, and people prefer to visit Northeast. And at the same time, we are also trying to outreach through various training programs that is for drivers, taxi drivers, because they are the first encounter, tourists encounter taxi drivers along with the safaris, Kaziranga and other places, and also service sector manpower. So I strongly feel that in coming days, we are very much equipped to meet such challenges and very much keen to welcome tourists nationally and globally.
Hargila Baidu, if you have to give one suggestion to Mr. Bora about how to improve tourism, sustainable tourism, of course, what would that be? It's a direct, you can communicate directly.
Yes, Yes, when Assam is now a fourth rank in the destination out of this 50, I think, destination by New York Times, I think I'm not someone to advise, but it's like, you know, they're doing so much.
There is always a scope for improvement.
Yeah, there is, yeah. But yes, of course, I can request, and yeah, what is my experience is, we have, yeah, when Sir was mentioning about the hospitality, I think that is an opportunity for us, the warmth, hospitality of our people in Assam. I think we don't find it anywhere in the world, and I think that is also one kind of marketing, or maybe in other words, yes, it is one of the opportunity, and I think that is also one of the reason that people love our simplicity, the warmth, hospitality, and I was thinking just when I was sitting there, like yes, we have now enough scope, like we have our national parks, we have our new national parks like Sikkim, new national parks, and we have enough national park sanctuaries. We are in the hotspot of biodiversity, and I think we can do lots of more marketing, like yes, in terms of fresh air, maybe we can do, like for example, people sitting in Delhi or people staying in Delhi, they can, so we can we can do in terms of maybe we invite them to the villages. So we have to think beyond now. So we can also maybe include villages. We have our villages so beautiful, and people can have peace visiting the villages, and especially because from my own experience, I work in the backyard of people, mostly in the villages, and in those villages in the backyards, they have like a bari. In Assam we call bari, that is like a jungle, like village jungle, something like this, the backyard where we have enough trees, like it's a dense biodiversity, but we often overlook. So we can do those resource also as a marketing, and I think they are the lung of our biodiversity. And I would say something, when people keep visiting, yes, and I must acknowledge here, many people, after this New York announcement, so many people like conservationists, researchers, they kept calling me, wrote to me, congratulated, and they said, people, like, you know, it's like, it's just a blessed moment for us. And I must say something from my own experience. For example, when some people, conservationists, recently director of ecosystem from UNEP, Ms. Suzanne Gardner, she visited just last week. This way we have many people who keeps visiting, and I keep talking to everyone. Recently we had a guest from Netherlands, and whenever we go, I keep taking them to the villages mostly, apart from the national parks, and I keep talking them. See, for example, I had a visitor, a scientist, Aaron. So I told Aaron, I told him all the time. I was explaining about the trees when we were passing, when we were passing through the road, the trees, and I all the time I keep talking. So we are in a biodiversity hotspot. So when he was eating something, Aaron, you are eating the biodiversity. You are eating the biodiversity from our biodiversity hotspot. So those things we can market. So we have to say enough about our biodiversity hotspot. So it will help our communities and also our future youths, who have lots of scope to do work on our biodiversity. So so in terms of tourism also and research also. Thank you.
Padmapani, what is that one challenge, as the tourism secretary, you would say that this is one challenge that we need to overcome? Means we have got the attention, you are doing your best, the government is doing your best, you have the support of the central government also, but that one big challenge, one stumbling block for Assam tourism?
Again, I'll tell the change in perceptions. Because, you know, we have started getting tourist footfall in the state. We are working on that. We are trying to build up new infrastructures in a sustainable manner. We are getting support from the central government. We are getting recognition. But obviously, still some people have that apprehension whether to visit Northeast or Assam. Is it safe or not? It's completely safe. That perception has to be changed. This is the biggest challenge I feel we need to overcome. And now we are totally free of insurgency, law and order has improved, we have infrastructures, and we are coming with some new tourism product, because we have conventional tourism of wildlife, temples, we have hills, we have various other destinations, adventure destination, Namiri or Panimor, but we have come with some new the products like tea tourism, river tourism, also wedding tourism, and this year budget we have announced concert tourism. Assam is going to organize international concert this year, and we are trying to make Assam a all-season destination. This is not restricted to seasonal tourism of Kaziranga or any other things. We are going beyond that. So we welcome all of you and urge everyone, you change your perception, visit Northeast and Assam. We are ready to host you.
Before New York Times recognition came in, before Agoda recognition came in, India Today recognized Assam as a tourist destination or a place to go. So much so that our editor-in-chief and chairman, Mr. Arun Puri, celebrated his 80th birthday in Assam last year. So that recognition has already
he called
come.
up that time. We are happy to assist
we have already
that time.
stamped this. Thank you so much, Padmapani and Hargila Vayu, for being here. It was wonderful having you among us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing Assam's ongoing efforts in ecotourism, concert tourism, rural tourism, and many more, and the government initiatives to strengthen the infrastructure and promote responsible tourism. Kaushik, I would like to request you to please hand over the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is here. Please give us a moment, as he's going to be here anytime soon now. To welcome Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Welcome, sir. I would like to now request India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to give an overview of India Today Survey and Tourism Awards and also introduce our honored chief guest, Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Mr. Gajendra. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And let's give really a very, very warm round of applause to Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister of Tourism and Culture. He's been very kind. He's had a very busy schedule, but yet he's agreed to come and not only discuss tourism, but also give us the honor of presenting all the award winners for the India Today Tourism Awards ceremony. Mr. Shekhawat, as all of us know, belongs to the great state of Rajasthan, which is a major tourism hub. And as Union Minister, he's been here now close to 9 months, sir. He has championed the cause of making tourism the key driver of GDP, and that's one of the most important things for economic growth. The other thing, last year he launched Chalo India 2024 and Adopt Heritage 2.0. And I think most importantly, he is focusing on the issue of sustainability of tourism, because in terms of the fact that for long-term tourism growth, preserving India's ecology is critical. You can't just use it and then a lot of states here that are there know about that particular issue, and he's a champion of that. Minister Saab, before we get into a little Q&A, I just thought we'll do a dashboard of Indian tourism so we get a sense of where our successes have been. And the good news is that Indian tourism sector has recovered from the devastating blows of the COVID pandemic. All of us have experienced that for 2 years. Happily, in 2023, international tourist arrivals, and if you combine both foreign nationals and NRIs, touched 18.89 million. And out of these, the foreign nationals themselves is about 9.52 million. And these were close to the pre-pandemic figures of 2019. So that's the good news. And domestic tourism, in fact, has overtaken all expectations and has touched 2.5 billion. That's an enormous amount of tourists coming in for us. Minus Kumbh. Okay, yes, I didn't calculate Kumbh, so we take that. You're absolutely right. It'll probably be, Kumbh was 100 million? Or, no, 10 million. 10 million. Oh, gosh. Okay, so we now broken all records of that. We take spiritual tourism with that. And if you look at the contribution of tourism as in terms of GDP, it is 5%, again, regaining the percentages that it has. And if you take a look at the overall, it's between 5 to 7%, seen as one of the major job creators. And that's the most important thing. Last year, estimates were about 70 million jobs were created by tourism. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we should be promoting tourism, because we know unemployment has always been an issue in a country that is developing. Foreign exchange earnings, that's the other third big reason, is $28 billion. And that's quite, again, picking up dramatically in the last year or so, almost doubling, post-COVID. So that's all the good news that's there. But let's also be clear, and I'm presenting the other side of it, is that India is certainly not batting or bowling up to its potential, if we use the IPL analogy that's there. Just one example, if you take a look at Thailand, they get 3 times more foreign tourists than we do. And if you take a look at Europe, they're doing about, Spain, countries like Spain have about 80 million, and we are close to only, So there is a lot of difference that's happening when we look at the overall numbers, which we have a lot of potential. So, and if you look at the share India has in terms of the total foreign tourism arrivals and world tourism arrivals, it's around between 1.45% as compared to the rest of the world. And earnings, which is another good indicator, people talk of it being between 1.8 to 2%. So clearly, there is a tremendous amount of potential that we have. Given the fact that I've mentioned earlier, smaller countries like Thailand do far, far better in terms of tourist arrivals. So, Mr. Minister, what are the challenges Indian tourism faces, and what is the kind of steps your government has taken to make India a global tourism hub?
धन्यवाद राज जी। आपने विस्तार से भारत के टूरिज्म सेक्टर की वर्तमान के परिप्रेक्ष्य के बारे में चर्चा की है। मैं इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का बहुत सारा अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर न केवल चर्चा और आज ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया, अपितु टूरिज्म के सर्वे को प्रकाशित करते हुए आज जिन लोगों ने बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है उन सबको पुरस्कृत करने का कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है। ओवरऑल टूरिज्म के स्पेक्ट्रम को अगर हम दुनिया के देखें तो इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट अराइवल के दृष्टिकोण से भारत हमको कहीं पीयर कॉम्पिटिटर्स में कहीं नीचे दिखाई देता है। जैसा आपने चर्चा की थाईलैंड की, आपने बात की स्पेन की, आपने बात की फ्रांस की, लेकिन ये सारे देश जितने भी हैं इनमें इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट के अलावा डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म का कहीं कोई स्कोप नहीं है।
That's true.
भारत की स्थिति परिस्थिति दूसरी है और भारत की तुलना अगर वर्ल्ड टूरिज्म के मैप पे अगर किसी एक देश से की जा सकती है वो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स है, जहाँ डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवलर्स जो है वो कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, बहुत बड़ी संख्या में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। भारत में जिस तरह से पिछले 10 वर्षों में सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने काम किया, एक तरफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने पे 1,50,000 किलोमीटर सड़कें बनी, एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या दुगनी हो गई, 150 से ज़्यादा हो गई, न्यू जनरेशन रेल नेटवर्क राजस्थान में देश में पूरे में खड़ा होने लगा, पूरे देश के सभी बड़े टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन से जुड़े और उसके आगे लगभग 500 ट्रेन अगले 5 साल में चालू हो जाए उसके लिए काम चल रहा है। इनलैंड वाटरवेज, उस पर जो भारत में जहाँ एक भी इस तरह का वाटरवे आइडेंटिफाइड नहीं था, आज 100 से ज़्यादा वाटरवेज आइडेंटिफाई करके उन पर काम हो गया, उस पर वाटरवेज की एक नई दुनिया, पूरा इकोसिस्टम भारत में खड़ा हो गया है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज द बैकबोन ऑफ टूरिज्म, राइट। और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये काम हुआ इसने निश्चित रूप से कोविड के बाद के कालखंड में भारत को टूरिज्म के को वापस बाउंस बैक करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले किया। लेकिन पूरे विश्व भर में जो ये रिवेंज टूरिज्म इसको नाम दिया गया है कि कोविड में 2 साल तक सब लोग घर में कैद रहे थे, उसके बाद जो घर से बाहर निकले, दुनिया के सब देशों ने टूरिज्म में एक स्पाइक, एक नई हाइट जो है इस समय में देखी। हम भी प्री कोविड पोजीशंस पर लगभग पहुंच गए इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट अराइवल के दृष्टिकोण से, लेकिन अगर दुनिया में डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवलर्स और इंटरनेशनल दोनों को जोड़ करके अगर कहीं कोई इंडेक्स बनाई जाते, और मैं तो इंडिया टुडे को कहूँगा कि उस दृष्टिकोण से भी निश्चित रूप से उस पैरामीटर पर सर्वे करना चाहिए था, तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि भारत दुनिया में सबसे ऊपर की पायदान पर खड़ा होगा। पिछले 1 साल में भारत में जो डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवलर्स था उसका नंबर 250 करोड़ था।
बिल्कुल।
और वो मैं तब कह रहा हूँ जब कुंभ के पहले के वर्ष के, अभी कुंभ के साल के आंकड़े आएंगे तो वो सब में तक टूट जाएंगे। और जब टूरिस्ट आता है, मैं मानता हूँ निश्चित रूप से इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, वो फॉरेन करेंसी ले करके आता है और यहाँ भारत से हमारे संस्कृति के दर्शन करके वापस भारत की संस्कृति को देख करके, समझ करके, उसको अनुभव करके विदेश में जा करके उसके बारे में चर्चा करता होगा। लेकिन भारत जैसे विशाल देश जो कॉन्टिनेंट साइज की कंट्री है, उसमें भारत के स्थानीय लोग, डोमेस्टिक लोग भी एक जगह से दूसरी जगह तक जाएं। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो आह्वान था, देखो अपना देश, उसके तहत भारत के लोगों ने जिस तरह से निकलना शुरू किया, एक बड़ी उछाल भारत के टूरिज्म सेक्टर में, डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म के सेक्टर में देखने को मिली। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ में पिछले 10 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने जिस तरह से सामान्य मानवीय की मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं की चुनौती को समाप्त करने के लिए काम किया और विभिन्न योजनाओं को सफलतापूर्वक धरातल पर उतारा, उसके चलते हुए सभी आर्थिक जगत के विश्लेषण करने वाले लोग इस बात को स्वीकार करते हैं, कुछ आंकड़ों को लेकर के, नंबर्स को लेकर के कुछ मतभेद हो सकता है, लेकिन 25 से 30 करोड़ लोग जो हैं गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकल करके मध्यम वर्ग में आए। नाउ दैट क्लास हैज़ ए डिस्पेंसेबल इनकम इन देयर पॉकेट एंड दैट इज एन एस्पिरेशनल क्लास।
राइट।
वो पहली बार घर से बाहर निकल रही है और वो घर से बाहर निकल करके सबसे पहले, अब सामान्य थोड़ा सा आप अध्ययन करके देखेंगे, आपको लगेगा, विचार करके देखेंगे, वो सबसे पहले घर से निकल करके तीर्थाटन के लिए जाता है, ही गोज फॉर स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म। तब आप देखिएगा कि हमारे स्पिरिचुअल टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन जो एस्टेब्लिश्ड हैं, चाहे वो उज्जैन का महाकाल, जिसका पुनरुद्धार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया होगा, केदारनाथ में किया होगा, जो है पुरी में किया होगा, काशी विश्वनाथ में कॉरिडोर बनाया होगा, इन सारे डेस्टिनेशंस पर आने वाले लोगों की संख्या कई गुना बढ़ गई। उज्जैन के महाकाल में, महाकाल बनने से पहले साल भर में जहां 6-7 लाख लोग आते थे, आज एक सप्ताह की वो संख्या जो है वो 9 लाख के आसपास पहुंच गई। अयोध्या का पिछले 1 साल का डेटा जो है अभी उन्होंने शेयर किया है, वो 13 करोड़ पहुंच गया। ठीक यही स्थिति, रोजाना लगभग 2 लाख से ज़्यादा टूरिस्ट जो है वो हमारे पुरी के मंदिर, हमारे तिरुपति के मंदिर में 70-80 हज़ार के लगभग लोग आ रहे हैं, 70 हज़ार के लोग लगभग वैष्णो देवी में जा रहे हैं। हिंदुस्तान का हर स्पिरिचुअल डेस्टिनेशन जो है उस पर एक तेज गति के साथ में बड़ी उछाल स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म में आया है। उससे ऊपर के लोग, क्योंकि भारत की आर्थिक संपन्नता बढ़ी, भारत की इकोनॉमी ने जिस तरह से ग्रो किया है, जो हमारा मिडिल क्लास था वो मिडिल क्लास जो है वो फर्दर एलिवेट हुआ, और उसने जो है हमारे एस्टेब्लिश डेस्टिनेशंस, चाहे वो शिमला होगा, चाहे वो मनाली होगा, चाहे वो कुल्लू होगा या कोई और, हमारे एस्टेब्लिश डेस्टिनेशंस पर ट्रैवल करना शुरू किया। वहाँ भी आप देखेंगे कि सब जगह पर उसकी क्षमता से ज़्यादा लोग जो है वहाँ पहुँचने लगे। मतलब भारत टूरिज़्म के दृष्टिकोण से अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार पर खड़ा है, और जिस तरह से भारत की इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही है और जिस तरह से भारत में मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप के पास में आने वाले समय में डिस्पेंसेबल इनकम और बढ़ेगी।
राइट।
सरकार ने जिस तरह से अभी बजट में मध्यम वर्ग के लिए टैक्स रिलीफ दिया है,
That's right. Yes.
ये अपने आप में ट्रांसलेट होने वाला टूरिज्म के लिए, इसलिए आगे आने वाला समय भारत में पर्यटन के दृष्टिकोण से निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत बहुत सुनहरे भविष्य का जो है संकेत मुझे दिखता है। और इसके साथ साथ में ये जो वर्तमान में परिस्थिति है, जिसको देख करके कि दुनिया के टूरिज्म सेक्टर की जिसकी आपने चर्चा की, आपने कुछ देशों की बात की, TTDI जो इंडेक्स है उसमें हम 39 नंबर पर खड़े होंगे, लेकिन उसमें जो पैरामीटर्स, उन पैरामीटर्स को अगर थोड़ा सा ठीक से ट्वीक कर दें तो मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया आसानी से टॉप 10 डेस्टिनेशंस में आ सकता है। और हम सरकार में पर्यटन मंत्रालय में बैठ करके देश भर के सारे राज्यों के पर्यटन विभाग और मंत्रालयों के साथ मिलकर के, राज्यों के साथ मिलकर के देश को टूरिज्म के इंडेक्स में टॉप 10 कंट्रीज में पहुंचे, इसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Excellent. Now, if you look at the budget, Minister Saab, I think you've decided to develop 50 top tourist destinations and there improve tourism infrastructure, ease of travel, connectivity on this. Can you tell us a little more about how how have you chosen these destinations and what is going to be done in the next year for them?
पिछले 10 साल में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में स्वदेश दर्शन और प्रसाद, इन 2 स्कीम्स के माध्यम से, एक हमारे पिलग्रिमेज सेंटर्स को लेकर के और दूसरे हमारे टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस पे लेकर के, वहाँ टूरिस्ट एमिनिटीज़ डेवलप हों, जाने वाले पर्यटक का ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस एलिवेट हो और नया टूरिज्म प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस करना, इसके लिए हमने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स लिए थे। पिछले वर्ष में भी जो भारत सरकार की एक स्कीम है, लॉन्ग टर्म इंटरेस्ट फ्री सपोर्ट टू द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, जहां 50 साल तक के लिए इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन राज्य सरकारों को भारत सरकार देती है। हमने माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी से आग्रह किया कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएशन के इस वर्टिकल में टूरिज्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए भी सपोर्ट एक्सटेंड करना चाहिए। और मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का कि उन्होंने इस वर्टिकल में भी टूरिज्म की इम्पोर्टेंस को देखते हुए उसे अकोमोडेट किया और लगभग 3,500 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स जो है हम उसमें कर पाए।
Yes. Let's give that a very warm round of applause.
लेकिन इसके साथ साथ में एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय था, हम अपने एस्टेब्लिश डेस्टिनेशंस के साथ साथ में उन डेस्टिनेशंस के पे जाने वाले टूरिस्ट के एक्सपीरियंस को एलिवेट करें, उनको वर्ल्ड क्लास डेस्टिनेशंस बनाएं। ऐसे 50 डेस्टिनेशन डेवलप करने के लिए माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने अभी बजट में घोषणा की है। हम राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलकर के चैलेंज बेस, और चैलेंज का मुख्य आधार, पहली चीज़ वहाँ पोटेंशियल हो, दूसरा सरकार का प्रिपेयर्डनेस, अल्टीमेटली टूरिज्म बीइंग द स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, राज्य सरकार को उसके लिए काम करना है, प्रिपेयर्डनेस ऑफ द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। एंड थर्ड थिंग इज द प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट उस पर आने के लिए तैयार हो, क्योंकि कोई भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन बनेगा, एमिनिटीज सरकार बना सकती है, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सरकार खड़ा कर सकती है, टूरिज्म प्रोडक्ट सरकार बना सकती है, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली हॉस्पिटैलिटी का जो काम है वो वहाँ जो है प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को करना होगा। तो इन तीनों कॉम्बिनेशन जहाँ होगा उसके बेस पर हम डेस्टिनेशंस को आइडेंटिफाई करके उस पर काम करेंगे। और इसमें जो सबसे बड़ा विषय है वो ये कि पिछले लगभग 20 साल से जो है हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री, टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री इस बात की डिमांड कर रही थी कि टूरिज्म में सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस दिया जाना चाहिए, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस मिलने के कारण से हॉस्पिटैलिटी के इन्वेस्टमेंट को लॉन्ग टर्म बैंकेबल लोन जो है वो मिलता है, और लोन मिलने की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत सारी मल्टीप्लाई हो जाती हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस बहुत सारे बढ़ जाते हैं, सारे फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर मानते हुए लैंडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहाँ लैंडिंग जो है हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को मिलने की संभावनाएं बढ़ जाती हैं। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि इस इनिशिएटिव के बाद में और ये जो डिक्लेरेशन किया उसके बाद में ये जो नए डेस्टिनेशंस डेवलप होंगे ये भारत के टूरिज़्म को एक नई ऊंचाई प्रदान करेंगे, और ये जो भारत से निकल करके लोग आज विदेशों में जाने की तरफ आकृष्ट हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि भारत आज टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन के साथ में सबसे बड़ा टूरिज़्म मार्केट भी बन गया है, इसको हम कहीं रोक पाने में उसके चलते हुए कामयाब होंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से पिछले वर्षों में हमने G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी के बाद में हमारे यहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया और उसके कारण से माइस जो है टूरिज़्म की संभावनाएं बढ़ी है। 60 अलग अलग जगह पे जब G20 मीटिंग के समय में जो फैसिलिटीज़ डेवलप की या फर्दर स्ट्रेंथन की गई थी उनके कारण से आज देश में मीटिंग्स, इवेंट्स, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस इन सब की जो है संभावनाएं बहुत बढ़ गई और इस वर्टिकल पर देश में काम होने लगा है। इसके साथ साथ में हॉस्पिटल जो है हमारा मेडिकल टूरिज़्म की संभावनाएं और वेलनेस टूरिज़्म की संभावनाएं भी भारत में बहुत तेज़ गति के साथ में बढ़ी है। इस पर फोकस करते हुए आने वाले समय में हम काम करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में बजट की घोषणा के अनुरूप उस पर काम कर रहे हैं।
The other big issue, since you're expanding tourism so much, is manpower, or women power, if you want to make it neutral in terms of that. The kind of jobs that tourism creates, the demand that is there, we saw last year itself, we are close to 70 million, 76 million jobs being created. But there is this expertise shortage, the skill development shortage. What are you all doing, the central government is doing to encourage states and the center also, of course, on its own, to develop the skill levels required so that we provide excellent service apart from facilities?
राज, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं। दुनिया भर में इस बात को अब स्वीकार किया जाने लगा है कि हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर जो है, टूरिज्म सेक्टर, वो खेती के बाद में सबसे बड़ा एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेटर है। भारत में भी निश्चित रूप से जिस तरह से टूरिज्म ग्रो कर रहा है और भारत के आर्थिक जगत की समीक्षा करने वाले लोग इस बात को स्वीकार कर रहे हैं कि द टूरिज्म सेक्टर इन आवर कंट्री इज गोइंग टू ग्रो मोर देन विद द रेट ऑफ 24% CAGR, क्योंकि हमारी इकोनॉमी 7-8% की गति से बढ़ रही है, इसलिए हमारा टूरिज्म सेक्टर जो है उससे 3 गुना गति के साथ में बढ़ने वाला है। ऐसे में निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में हमारे पास हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर में ट्रेन्ड ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज की आवश्यकता होगी। भारत सरकार और भारत सरकार के सहयोग से राज्य सरकारों में लगभग 30 के आसपास ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री के और टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री के मैन पावर को ट्रेन करने के लिए काम करते हैं। मुझे जब इस मंत्रिमंडल का काम अपने मंत्रिमंडल में शरीक करके इस मंत्रालय का काम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया और मैं स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ में मीटिंग की, तब यह संज्ञान में आया कि इंडस्ट्री के पास में ट्रेंड ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की बड़ी कमी है और दूसरी तरफ जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स चल रहे हैं उनमें उस लेवल पर जो है एंथुजियाज्म एडमिशन को लेकर के नहीं है। तो हमने उस गैप को फाइंड आउट करने के लिए इंडस्ट्री को साथ जोड़ करके एक कमेटी बनाई, उसके साथ में बार बार मीटिंग की और फाइनली हमने हिंदुस्तान में काम कर रहे सारे बड़े जो है हॉस्पिटैलिटी ग्रुप्स जो हैं, जाइंट्स जितने भी हैं, उन सब के साथ में अपने इंस्टीट्यूट्स को अलाइन किया ताज ग्रुप के साथ में, इंडियन होटल्स कंपनी जिसका नाम है, मैरियट के साथ में, रेडिसन के साथ में, लेमन ट्री के साथ में, सारे इंडिया के टॉप ग्रुप्स के साथ में हमने अपने 30 इंस्टीट्यूट्स को बांटा, ताकि वो इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक और उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुरूप बच्चों को ट्रेन कर सकें और सीधा उनको अकोमोडेट कर सकें। ये जो काम हमने प्रारंभ किया, इसका परिणाम अगले 2 साल में आने लगेगा और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि इसके चलते हुए आने वाले समय में जो है प्रोफेशनल्स इन हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री, उसकी कमी की जो चुनौती हमारे सामने खड़ी है, जो आ सकती है, उसका समाधान हम निश्चित रूप से कर पाएंगे।
Excellent. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for that. And the minister has a flight to catch, so our time is limited. One final question, since we have all the state representatives here, what you would expect from states to cooperate, coordinate, or whatever terms you'd like to use, because many of these subjects, whether you look at cleanliness, whether you look at land and labor, whether you look at safety concerns, that's one of the big things, particularly for foreign tourists, safety and their own security. What would you advise the states? What do you hope from the states in the coming year, and what other things you would like them to do?
I think ultimately all the responsibilities are on the shoulders of the state governments, right from selection of places to keeping them clean and neat. जितनी भी तरह की जो है कम्युनिकेशन और कम्यूटेशन की फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, उन सबको इंटीग्रेट करके उनकी सबकी सुविधा बढ़ाना। मोटे तौर पर ये सारे विषय जो हैं वो राज्य सरकारों के पास में है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात की, वो सब राज्य सरकारों के पास में। इसके साथ साथ में जो आपने शुरुआत में एक विषय रखा था कि हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर काम करें, इस सस्टेनेबिलिटी को बनाए रखने के लिए भी राज्य सरकारों को काम करने की आवश्यकता है। हालांकि हमने भारत सरकार में आने वाले सब जो जितने भी प्रोडक्ट्स जिन टूरिज़्म प्रोडक्ट्स या टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो भी असिस्टेंस भारत सरकार की तरफ से देंगे, हर उस डेस्टिनेशन के डेवलपमेंट के लिए, हर उस सपोर्ट को एक्सटेंड करने के लिए जो पैरामीटर्स हैं, उसमें हमने प्रायोरिटी के साथ में सस्टेनेबिलिटी को भी एक वर्टिकल के रूप में आइडेंटिफाई किया है, ताकि उसको हम एक पैरामीटर मानते हुए कि उसको लेकर के क्या सोच है, आने वाले समय में इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। मैं मानता हूं कि राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार दोनों मिलकर के जब इस दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, और राज्य में बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ मैं बात कहता हूं, क्योंकि मैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर के साथ में बहुत वर्षों से जुड़ा हूं। लगभग 4 दशक की मेरी यात्रा इस सेक्टर के साथ में जो हो गई है। जितना एंथुजियाज्म टूरिज़्म सेक्टर को देख करके और जैसा कंपटीशन स्टेट्स के बीच में टूरिज़्म सेक्टर को के लेकर के है, वैसा एंथुजियाज्म और कंपटीशन हिंदुस्तान में कभी देखने को नहीं आया। अब हर स्टेट टूरिज़्म के पोटेंशियल को समझ रहा है और ये मानता है, इस बात को स्वीकार करते हुए काम कर रहा है कि उनकी इकोनॉमी का ड्राइवर टूरिज़्म सेक्टर बन सकता है। अभी चंद्रबाबू नायडू साहब का जो स्टेटमेंट कल था, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, उन्होंने किस तरह से कहा है कि अब कोई इज़्म नहीं बचा है, केवल एक टूरिज़्म है जो वही बचने वाला है। न लेफ्टिज़्म बचेगा, न राइटिज़्म बचेगा, केवल टूरिज़्म हिंदुस्तान में बचेगा। और मैं मानता हूँ कि टूरिज़्म सेक्टर ऐसा सेक्टर है जो है जिसमें अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार पर भारत खड़ा है। भारत की तरफ देखने का नज़रिया जिस तरह से विश्व का बदल रहा है, जिस गति के साथ में द स्पीड एंड स्केल विद विच इंडिया हैज़ डेवलप्ड इटसेल्फ, पूरी दुनिया का पर्सपेक्टिव भारत की तरफ देखने का बदल रहा है। और उसके चलते हुए भारत में आने वाले विदेशी सैलानियों की और साथ साथ में भारत से निकली हुई हर विधा, भारत का ज्ञान, भारत का विज्ञान, भारत की हर कला संस्कृति, इन सब को जानने, पहचानने, समझने के वाले लोगों की संख्या आने वाले 1 दशक में कई गुना बढ़ने वाली है। इसलिए हम अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार पर खड़े हैं और निश्चित ही मैं राज्य सरकार के सभी प्रतिनिधि यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनसे आग्रह से कहूँगा कि आपको और अधिक गंभीरता के साथ में इस सेक्टर पर काम करने की आवश्यकता है।
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the minister. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. Let me just say that seldom do you have a minister who commands the kind of knowledge that he has, the enthusiasm and the passion with which he speaks, and the clarity and lucidity. In these 20 minutes, he summed up the entire tourism sector and what we need to do ahead. A lot of the ministers are here, as well as the heads of the various tourism departments, sir, and we deeply appreciate you and honored that you made time to come here. We now have the most important part, as important as the minister's speech, which is the tourism awards. All of them have been eagerly awaiting particular announcement. So, Sonal, we give it to you on this. Go ahead.
Before we proceed, we would like to express our gratitude to Sir for coming here and out of his busy schedule giving us that time. Raj, I would like to request you to felicitate Mr. Shekhawat, the Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, by handing over a token of appreciation.
Sir.
Yeah, please give us a minute as we set the stage
Yeah,
for the award ceremony.
Yes. And just to let you know that the Tourism Awards has been going on almost close to about 8 years now, sir. We have 10 categories, and what we try and do is to do a combination of things. We do have an agency that puts out these. Almost 77 applications we got for many of these categories. And then not only do they make an objective thing, we also have an editor's choice where we all sit as a board, and we have our own tourism special and editors that are there that will also make a choice of that, which we call the editor's choice. So there'll be 2 sets of awards, which we will be awarding today, and we'll have the pleasure of the minister doing that. Shall we start?
Shall we start?
Priyanka?
Yeah? Okay, great. And now with great excitement, we will be recognizing and honoring the India Today's Tourism Awards. Can we have a show of hands, everyone? Let's give a warm round of applause. Sir, I would also like to request you to felicitate the award winners, right? Yeah. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Adventure Destination is Rishikesh in Uttarakhand. To receive the award, may I have on stage Mr. Sachin Kurve, Tourism Secretary, Government of Uttarakhand. Everyone, please keep the applause going. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category next one, later. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Adventure Destination is Nameri in Assam. And to receive the award, may I have Mr. Padmapani Bora, Commissioner and Secretary, Tourism Department, Government of Assam. Mr. Bora? The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Beach Destination is Morjim Beach in Goa. And to receive the award, may I have Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, Secretary, Tourism and Resident Commissioner of Government of Goa in Delhi. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Beach Destination is Blue Flag Beach, Puri in Odisha. And to receive the award, we have Ms. Mansi Limbhal, Managing Director, Odisha Tourism Development Corporation. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Heritage Destination is Amer Fort in Rajasthan. I guess we have all been there. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Ravi Jain, Principal Secretary, Tourism, Rajasthan. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Heritage Destination is Chettinad in Tamil Nadu. And to receive the award, we have Ms. Shilpa Prabhakar Satish, Commissioner of Tourism and Managing Director for Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Mountain Destination is Kumbhalgarh. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Ravi Jain, Principal Secretary Tourism of Rajasthan with us. It's his second award. Everyone, let's have the applause louder. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Mountain Destination is Mechuka in Arunachal Pradesh. And to receive the award, we have Ms. Adong Myong, Resident Tourism Officer, Arunachal Pradesh, and Ms. Mato Bagra, Deputy Resident Commissioner, Arunachal Bhavan. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Wildlife Destination is Gir National Park and Wildlife Sanctuary in Gujarat. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Kuldeep Singh Jala, Joint Managing Director for Tourism in Gujarat. The Editor's Choice winner award for under the category Best Wildlife Destination is Nagarhole National Park in Karnataka. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Prashant Shankinmat, Managing Director, Jungle Lodges and Resorts. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Most Instagrammable Landscape is Road to Heaven, Dholavira in Gujarat. And again, to receive this award, we would like to invite Mr. Kuldeep Singh Jhala, Joint Managing Director for Tourism Gujarat, back on stage. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Most Instagrammable Landscape is Gulmarg in Jammu and Kashmir. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Satish Sharma, Minister for Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, Transport, Science and Technology, IT, Youth Services and Sports and Training Departments, Jammu and Kashmir.
जय माता दी, थैंक यू वेरी मच माननीय मंत्री जी और सारे यहाँ पर अलग अलग स्टेट से जो लोग आए हुए हैं, मैं आप सबका स्वागत करूँगा जम्मू कश्मीर में। और हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नेतृत्व में जम्मू कश्मीर बुलंदियों को छू रहा है और हमारे डायनेमिक मुख्यमंत्री उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब के मेहनत से वी आर हेडिंग टूवर्ड्स, आई होप कि हम हिंदुस्तान का ताज हैं और उस तरफ हम अग्रसर हो रहे हैं और उसमें हमें आशीर्वाद चाहिए मंत्री जी का। ही हैज़ ऑलवेज बीन काइंड और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ आपका आशीर्वाद, आपकी गाइडेंस हम पर रहे और हम अपने जो विरोधी मुल्क हैं जिनसे हम घिरे हुए हैं उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
कश्मीर में एक नया वर्टिकल शुरू किया था प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से, जो कश्मीर में लैवेंडर की खेती होती है उसको टूरिज़्म के साथ कनेक्ट किया। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि वो जब उसको टूरिज़्म के साथ में कनेक्ट किया तब कितने टूरिस्ट ने पिछले साल उसको विज़िट किया। द नंबर गोज़ टू 2.5 मिलियन 25 लाख लोग केवल लेवेंडर की खेती को देखने के लिए वहाँ गए। ये जो नए प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस करने की बात मैंने कही, क्योंकि अब टूरिज्म जो है, सिंस द पर्सपेक्टिव टू लुक टुवर्ड्स लाइफ हैज चेंज्ड आफ्टर कोविड and people are giving preference to experiential tourism over monumental. So we need to develop more experience because all the state representatives are here. So keep it in mind that आने वाले समय में जो भी projects हम करते हैं वो सब that there should be some unique experience over there. और वो experience होगा तो ultimate automatically वो destination जो है वो अपने आप में hit हो जाएगा. And that is how, this is what the experience of Jammu and Kashmir, which I wanted to flag and share with all of you. Thank you.
The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Spiritual Destination is Ambaji Shaktipeeth in Gujarat. And for third time now, I would like to request Mr. Kuldeep Sinha Jala, Joint Managing Director, Tourism for Gujarat, to come back on stage. The Editor's Choice for Tourism Awards under the category Best Spiritual Destination goes to Shikharji Teerth in Parasnath Hill in Jharkhand. And to receive the award, may I like to request Mr. Prabhakar Ojha, Chief Administrative Officer of Jharkhand, and Mishma, Treasury Officer at Jharkhand Bhavan, to come on stage to receive the award. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Most Scenic Road Destination is Old Silk Route, Zuluk in Sikkim. And to receive the award, I would like to request Mr. Shring Thendu Bhutia, Minister Tourism and Civil Aviation Department, Government of Sikkim, along with Mr. C.S. Rao, Principal Secretary, Tourism and Civil Aviation Department, Sikkim, to come on stage and receive the award.
May I request the ministers to say a few words?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Team India, today for this award. It's a great moment for our state, Sikkim. विशेष करके मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा माननीय मंत्री गजेंद्र शेखावत जी जो हर टाइम हमारा स्टेट को एकदम हृदय में रख के कुछ नॉर्थ ईस्ट को डेवलप करने के लिए आगे हम लोग को डायरेक्शंस जब भी मिलते हैं वो एकदम हमको इंकरेज करते रहते हैं। इसलिए विशेष करके हमारा मेन सिक्किम का इंडस्ट्री बोले या फैक्ट्री वाले कुछ भी बोले, हमारा टूरिज़्म ही है। इसीलिए इसके ऊपर बहुत हमारा जितना भी हमारा स्टेट का लोग सब निर्भर है। इसीलिए हम बहुत इसको ध्यान से टूरिज़्म में काम कर रहे हैं। इसके ऊपर जितना भी हमारा सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्री से विशेष करके हमारा सम्माननीय जो भारत का प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी, उसका बहुत सिक्किम के ऊपर बहुत हम लोग का प्यार है और जितना भी स्पेशल केयर के साथ हम लोग का जितना हेल्प मिलता है वो एकदम एक्सटेंड कर रहे हैं। इसीलिए जितना हम लोग के ऊपर से कितना मतलब कोशिश रहते हैं वो एकदम हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सिक्किम बहुत ब्यूटीफुल है। जो इससे आगे हमारा प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी साहब ने बताया कि आपको एक ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन है, वो पक्का सही में है। शायद ये इंडिया टुडे का सर्वे गलत नहीं हो सकता, इसीलिए अच्छी तरह से ये मुझे लगता है कि ये एकदम सिक्किम को ये अवार्ड मिलना एकदम डिजर्विंग है, इसीलिए हमको मिला। फिर भी एक बार हम लोग को बहुत बहुत एकदम धन्यवाद देते हैं। और हमारा माननीय मंत्री जी जो अपना टाइम निकाल के ये अवार्ड फंक्शन में आए, इससे और जितना भी टूरिज़्म इंडस्ट्री में है ये बहुत उत्साह उमंग बढ़ेगा। शायद एक बहुत आप इन फ्यूचर ऑल्सो शायद वी लाइक टू हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स, इसीलिए इसको और उत्साह बढ़ेगा। और टूरिज़्म क्षेत्र में शायद वर्ल्ड में इंडिया नंबर 1 बनने का कोशिश में हम सब स्टेट लगे बोल के ये कोशिश और प्रार्थना के साथ हम ये अवार्ड रिसीव करते यहाँ से विदा लेना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Bhutia, for those encouraging words. We move on to the next awards. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Most Scenic Road Destination is Munnar to Thekadi in Kerala. And to receive the award, we would like to request Ms. Sikha Surendran, Director Tourism Kerala, on the stage. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Culinary Destination is Bikaner in Rajasthan. And to receive the award, I would like to request Mr. Ravi Jain, Principal Secretary Tourism of Rajasthan, to receive the award. We have the Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Culinary Destination is Kolkata in West Bengal. And to receive the award, we have Ms. Ujjaini Datta, Resident Commissioner of West Bengal Government in Delhi, and Mr. Rajdeep Datta, Deputy Resident Commissioner of West Bengal Government in Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a loud round of applause. The survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Festival Destination is Navratri, again in Gujarat. And I would like to request Mr. Kuldeep Singh Jhala, Joint Managing Director for Tourism in Gujarat, to again come back on the stage and receive the award. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Festival Destination is Bastar Dussehra in Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh. And to receive the award, we have with us Ms. Shruti Singh, Resident Commissioner of Government of Chhattisgarh in Delhi. Congratulations, Ms. Singh. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Festival Destination is Shillong Cherry Blossom Festival in Meghalaya. And to receive the award, we have with us Ms. Muke Fuji D. Sangma, Tourist Officer, Tourist Information Center in New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, Himachal Pradesh won 2 awards. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Adventure Destination, which is Bir Billing in Himachal Pradesh. And they also won the survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Mountain Destination, which went to Dharamshala. Unfortunately, Mr. Raghubir Singh Bali, MLA and Chairman Himachal Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation, could not be here. And with that, the India Today Tourism Awards comes to a close. Many congratulations to all the winners. Let's have a big round of applause for them. I would also requesting you to just stay back on a moment for a group photo, please. Yes. Yes. I would like to now invite all the winners to come back on the stage for a group photograph with their trophies, please. Dance performance coming up next. Please give us a minute as we set the stage, and I would also like to request all of you to please settle down.
Hello. Test. Dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting dance performance coming up next. I would request everyone to please settle down. We have with us one of India's most remarkable Odissi dancer and choreographer, Arushi Mudgal. You would be interested to know that India Today has recognized her as one of the young game changers of India. In fact, New York Times also called her one of India's most remarkable dancers. She has been trained under her aunt, Guru Madhavi Mudgal. The performance is called Gavaksh, a glimpse of India's heritage. The performance is a celebration of India's rich cultural heritage through the expressive art of classical dance. Everyone, let's welcome her. Please put your hands together for Arushi Mudgal.
Namaskar. I'm very happy to be here today to share with you a glimpse of India's rich culture and heritage. In today's time of globalization and cultural homogenization, I think India holds its unique identity because of its culture. So I'm very happy and delighted to share a glimpse of it with you today. I share here today one of India's classical dance forms called Odissi, which comes from the state of Odisha. Odissi is known for its sculpturesque postures and lyrical movements. And I begin today's performance with a piece called Vasant. Vasant describes the advent of the season of spring, also known as the season of love. It is an excerpt taken from Kalidas's Ritu Samhar. Here the poet says, "The trees are laden with flowers, the ponds are abloom with the lotus, the breeze is heavily scented, and the nights are as delightful as the days. Young maidens with love-lorn hearts, pierced by the cries of the koels and the humming bees, wander aimlessly. Spring, as Cupid incarnate, arrives in all his resplendence, conquering the hearts of all." The piece has been choreographed by my guru, Srimati Madhavi Mudgal, and the music has been composed by Pandit Madhup Mudgal. Vasant. My second and final offering is a piece called Bhagyashree. It is a pure dance, a nritya piece where abstract movements have been woven together. Here there's no story that is being communicated, but the movements and music build up into more complex patterns. This piece is based on Rag Bhagyashree. Music again has been composed by Pandit Madhav Mudgal. Bhagyashree.
Wow, wasn't it a mesmerizing performance? It was soulful, divine, all at once. It was more than just dance. It was storytelling, spirituality, tradition, all combined in one. Everyone, let's express our gratitude to Arushi by giving her a warm round of applause. I would like to now call on stage India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Ms. Mudgal. Our next session is a Pecha Kucha on heritage and tourism. Heritage and tourism are inseparable threads in the fabric of India's identity. In this fast-paced Pecha Kucha session, we will explore how past is not just history, but a living experience that continues to shape the present. When travelers visit Rajasthan on a handicraft trail to see how a dying art form is being revived, or when they stay in a restored Haveli, they're engaging with history and making it their present. The first speaker for the session, The Past is an Incredible Country Too, is Aman Nath, co-founder and chairman, Nimrana Hotels, who is rehabilitating ruins and reviving India's heritage one hotel at a time. Welcome, Mr. Nath.
Yes, there is a, no, there's actually there's some slides which I wanted to show with this. Huh? Do I have to control it from here? This one? Okay. Okay. I think there's too much light, but never mind. This is not a frame from a Fellini film. This is just an everyday shot which many of us could encounter on our way to work. It's a shot in Indore where a Mahant is on his way to a temple or a function. There is no elephant, so they found an ambassador car. He's sitting on top of it. And this is like just a daily happening in India. So when we talk about India as a city or a country or heritage, I think it's more like a river, because everything flows in India from the past, where the ancient, the medieval, the modern coexist in harmony. And for those of us who live here, we don't even see it as incongruous. So real India is something we need to show rather than hide. Lots of people are very busy hiding away India, asepticizing it, but they should be aware that India is the only continuously alive civilization in the whole world. And that is not a small achievement. That needs to be showcased rather than to be hidden. So whatever we have in India, we talk about the Taj Mahal, which is a 17th century Mughal monument of great beauty, but we forget how much more exists in India. If you look at Ellora, 400,000 tons of stone was hand-chipped over 800 years by God knows how many craftspersons, under how many kings, and how much patronage to make this most incredible temple, which they've carved downwards in a hill which was made from volcanic basalt. So it is, nowadays they've done calculations to how to remove 400,000 tons of stone. You would need how much time? And people say that, I mean, people are saying or imagining that somebody must have come from outer space to do this, because it is not even a human task which could be achieved. So everything in India is seen differently because we are such an old civilization, and we should remain very proud of it. In which other religion of India could you have a god who would take the clothes of all the ladies who worship him, climb up on a tree and get away with it and still be worshipped? And people call us an orthodox country. I think that we're actually very avant-garde and have always been so. It's our appraisal, which has been conditioned by colonizers, by books written by others, that tells us that we are orthodox or backward, because in many other religions, if you even propose an idea like this, your head would be cut off. Going further into religion, because religion is such an important part of India, if you look at the fact of what is Ras Leela, that all the women of Braj get up at midnight and go and dance with Krishna, who multiplies himself in a circle, holds their hands, they all dance in a circle. So at that point, there was once an objection raised by the moralizing people to say that it was immoral to suggest that married women would leave their husbands and go and dance with somebody else. So an intelligent poet of the time said, he wrote, I forget the details because it's a long name, he reinterpreted the story to say that all the women left their bodies in bed with their husbands and their souls went out and danced with the god. But the idea was that it was an acceptable proposition, not something that needed to be hounded. It's fantastic that India has come of age. And like you had the Dada movement in Germany, you know, when a WC was put in a studio and in a gallery, and people talked a lot about the art of a WC and the faucet and so on. Today, an artist, Subodh Gupta from Bihar, can take something so mundane as a balti and put it on one of the chicest beaches in France at Saint-Tropez. And I think that we could call it the Bihari Balti Beach, you know. I mean, this is a 6-meter sculpture, but it's telling the world that we can take them on our terms. But the reverse is also true. If we have the sacred is a lady artist who has reinterpreted the Kali, which was, this print is very interesting because in this, the garland that she wears are the heads of Britishers. This was done during the British rule, and they came down and closed this press because it was a revolutionary press, and they couldn't object openly. They found a way to show the Britishers as heads chopped up and worn as a garland by the goddess. And here, a lady artist can turn this around and give it another thing. So heritage continues in every way. We talk today of art installations, a very late arrival on the scene in India. But in my opinion, the biggest exercise in art installations happens in Kolkata, where hundreds and thousands of Kalis, which are built to such extraordinary beauty, are just in 1 minute, you know, you worship and you let the goddess go into the river. That confidence comes from what is called a living civilization with such an alive heritage. We don't, if we had kept all the Kalis that have been created, because now they are created in Egyptian form, Greek form, Roman form, in everything that they want, what sort of space would we need to house that? So museums, I believe, are for civilizations which are dead or dying, because they want to hold on to the past and feel how civilized we were. But in India, when somebody carries a lota to the field in the morning, they don't come back and say, this is an 18th century lota, it should be put in a museum and all that, because it's an object of everyday use. So the point I'm actually making is that heritage is in everything. And when 40 years ago, Neem Rana opened, and there was no Taj Mahal in Neem Rana or no Eiffel Tower or whatever people thought was to be seen. That was the beginning of experiential tourism, telling people that the whole of India is an exhibit, that all the people of India are fantastic, that all the children who go to school have sparkling eyes and beautiful smiles, and the world can come and see them. We have nothing to hide. Of course, there is poverty, and there are many other problems, roads, waters, but that has since, in the last 40 years, a lot has improved. You can now drive on 6-lane highways and reach places like this. So the Kumbh Mela, which is now covered by the whole world, 670 million people, they kept saying more and more, the number kept increasing. It's not something that you can order people to do. And it was people who came by helicopter, by plane, by bullock cart, walking, and there was publicity about a stampede, but which I was told by the people who organized it, that the stampede happened because there were some VIP movement and they blocked the traffic. So when they opened the traffic in the very Indian way that we are, everybody ran in every direction to fill the opening, and then there was a stampede. But look at the achievement in a country where we say that we are not organized. If 670 million people were to arrive in any developed country, you could think of New York, Tokyo. I mean, what kind of havoc would there be? All these people were inoculated. They slept a night. They ate. They defecated. So it's a whole civilization on the move. And every day, one whole country like Greece, I was told, moved in and moved out, moved in and moved out. Imagine if it was to happen in Greece itself with all its land, what commotion there would be. So I think that there is great room for us to be very proud and to flaunt our heritage. To all the ladies in the room, it's fantastic to know that this is fresco from Ajanta. It's 1400 years old. The ladies are wearing ikat clothes. The ikat looms are still humming in India. And today when we go to a fashion show, there's continuity of a sort that does not exist anywhere else in the world. This is the coat of Shah Jahan, which was considered the most expensive and refined garment of its time. And today, Kavita Bhartiya reinterprets it, with a gossamer fabric, and India goes on and on. And look at the advantages of India versus the world. Women are always a better example to take in India than men, because we are much more drab. Rekha is wearing a one-off because it's made for her. The next girl is expressing herself the way she wants, and the third one also. But the beauty of this is that the Indian lady is at ease in everything. She could wear the most traditional clothes, get married, wear a black trouser suit to a banker's dinner in New York, and not feel in any way deprived. And if you look at the reverse, let's say, I don't know what this lady is doing, I don't mean to be unkind to her, but if a European dresses up in a sari or wants to become a Maharani or become Indian, they are very clearly in fancy dress. Whereas the Indian woman is never in fancy dress. She could be in tribal clothes, she could be, what Aishwarya Rai is wearing. She's totally comfort and at ease, intimidating the whole world, but not ourselves. So when people talk about limited editions. We'll make, I was once in St. Petersburg giving a talk to Audi on their cars, and they said that we want to make one-offs so that, we want to make limited editions. Nobody in India wants to have one of 1,000 cars or 100 cars. They want to have one of one kind of car, because that's the kind of pride we have. So here are ladies in Rajasthan. Have I spoken too much? Yeah? I will finish off. So a lady in Rajasthan is never out of fashion. She's not told Fouché as the color she must wear today or this season, because she's a Jat, so she goes to a village, she gets a green skirt and so on. Whereas, okay. Then there are many other ways to look at it. We had the storytelling, the Maharajas, the thing. So I think to see real India and focus, we have to change our perspective and show the India to the world in the way that we want to show it, also in the way that they want to see it. And I saw a very interesting example in Jaipur that somebody had got 50 rickshaws and there were tourists sitting on them, and they were just going in a train of rickshaws through the old city and having a time of their life watching what you can call a Fellini film on show. So what Nimrana has done is exactly that, is take something that nobody looked at, put life into it, and made it something. A book came out saying 100 things you must do before you die. And it's not that. Now this is Tijara, which was such an utter ruin that nobody in the country wanted to do it. We bid for it. We've turned it into something which is now remarkable, so close to India. Conferences happen there. And there are new ways that we should be marketing India, not always showing India with the Maharajas, the heritage. We should give ideas which are new. And here's one on which I could end. Which is not to talk about the morals of the country, but just to say that, so even for Valentine's, we said if you fight, you'll have to pay double the amount. So the idea is, let's flaunt India and let's be proud of whoever we are. Thank you.
Mr. Nath, I really like the analogy about India as a river where everything flows from the past, and the perspective that religion is avant-garde. It was really a new perspective for us to think, and about also certainly about how heritage is everywhere. It's omnipresent in our country, and how we are a continuing living civilization. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madhvi Kukreja, Director of Sanakara, for her I would like to invite her now for her presentation. Mr. Kukreja, requesting you to please come on the stage.
Adab. I'm going to, firstly, I want to thank India Today for this Pecha Kucha, because this was a challenge for me, and for a second I thought it was Gali Kucha they were talking about. But here we are with Pecha Kucha, and I'll give my hand. I'm going to talk about Lucknow, and it's going to be a case study of what we've tried to do. Lucknow was really not on the map maybe 15 years ago, or even 10 years ago, or even today. It's just something that people go to because they've gone to Allahabad and Banaras or the Buddhist circuit, and they're stopping in Lucknow on the way. We just looked at Lucknow through the past and the present, through intangible heritage, and also looked at Lucknow through not only for the tourists from outside, but Lucknow-walas to discover their own city. And I would say that it is very important. So we looked at Lucknow through different themes. You can look at a city in 100 different ways. karigari, pehnawa, food, I mean, pehnawa is attire, craftsmanship, feminists of our women who lived out of the box. You can look at Raqs Mausiki, that's dance and music. You can look at the gullies of Lucknow. You can look at a city in many, many ways. And that's the journey we embarked on 15 years ago. I want to also tell you that I think it's very important for tourism to be to have all inclusivity. And that people should be all kinds of people should be able to contribute. So I'm talking about participate and contribute. So I'm talking about class, I'm talking about religion, I'm talking about sexual orientation, I'm talking about gender. And you think this is some kind of lecture, but please look at my presentation with this in mind, because everybody has to be part of this experience. And that, I think, is very important. And for us, we've looked at these themes through people, the regular people. That's you and me, not, again, just Nawabs and Kawabs. So, is this the one? No. Okay. So we start with, of course, people, again, past and present. This is the Parsi community in Lucknow. Not only Hindu, Muslim, many communities make Lucknow. The Bengalis, the Chinese, the Parsis, they all have to be part of this. So people are very important in this. Of course, food. And how do we do food? In many different ways. We've documented 120 street food, 40 years old, but the stories of the people behind them. So not only the food, because Lucknow is known for the food, but the people behind the street food. And then you have a home-cooked food festival. Lal Mirch Ka Keema, made by Noor Khan, which is in red chilies, minced meat, is sold out in 12 minutes, 12 kilos, in a food festival that we do once a year, where people fly in for 2 hours. How do you get home-cooked food to come into the city's agenda? So it's home-cooked food, and it is street food. So costumes and craft. A crafts bazaar that started with a 7 lakh sale that's now 2.5 crores in the last 12 years. Maybe that's not big numbers for Delhi, but for Lucknow, yes, it increased the market. It is dyeing craft, and this is Chatapati one. So we documented 957 attires from different homes, photographed them, put them out there for people to see. Putting out the outfits also in installations once in a while, but at least we documented them before they died in different people's homes. And then craft, the story of the craftspersons. The craftsperson, again, he's making a patka for Muharram, and that's Banu, who's never been awarded by anyone, and she makes lakh ki churiyan. So awarding and encouraging people of dyeing craft, I think that's sort of very important, and the voices of the craftspersons. So first documenting them, and then helping them market and come into everyday life. Performing arts, performances. I'm including, I'm sorry if this sounds like I'm just trying to weave it all in for you so that it all comes together, that everything is important. Everything has to be part of that experience. There's Bedbazi that was revived 16 years ago, now of course popular even in Delhi, which is a Antakshari of Urdu poetry. And then you have Soz Khwani, which has come from the religious space into the regular stage. So encouraging this, supporting this, showing it in small performances, and now you have hundreds of people come for both. People in Lucknow had not heard of Soz Khwani outside the religious space. And Lucknow Letters, a performance on the history of Lucknow through letters. So there's so many ways you can look at the story of Lucknow. 100 years through letters of people. And of course, we have a festival. I'm going to talk about that. Using Baradari, a 250-year-old building of Ajad Ali Shah for it. So that to make, the building was always used for shadis before this. To make it like right there in the middle, Wajid Ali Shah's Kaisar Bagh. And also, if we cannot restore homes, because we're a very small initiative, through crowdfunding, we can at least get homes to open up their homes for walks and tours, for lunches and dinners. So it's very important. We think that along with culture, we're also doing a culture, our syncretic activism, our activism that I spoke about is very important through our tourism and culture. So we have a museum, both offline and online, a small museum, one gallery of oral history, oral documentation. We have a crafts shop, we have a home, restaurant, we have walks and tours, and we have a festival with a footfall of 1 lakh, and it's Mela Numa. Oral history documentation is our tool, our main tool. So I told you we've documented 16 themes over the years. The stories of people making stuff with flowers, the stories of the Pehnava, and installations, exhibits in the city, outside the city. Begum Akhtar's Mazar. We mark the city through women, through the feminists. You know Begum Akhtar, a very famous ghazal singer. There was not a single plaque on her across the city before we restored her grave. But restoring the Mazar is not enough. It's not even a room half the size of this space. But we have a hazari by a performer every year. In India, we don't mark our performers. We don't mark our city with women. I think I really would like to mark this here today. On her death anniversary, you can come and hear a performer sing to Ammi right there. Walks and tours, that's Niyamat Khana. Food, so all the themes have a walk-in tour, whether it's craft, whether it's Gali Kucha, you can go into a Gali of Aminabad, whether it's Raqs Mausiqui, music and dance, go to Birju Maharaj's house, go to an instrument maker. So all the themes also have a walk-in tour with them. Publications, very important, right through. Recipe book of home-cooked food, documenting food. We have a series of them. Again, you have to have performance spaces. We call it Addabazi, 3 times a month. This is on Google Arts and Culture. You can go in and see our themes. And a space for all researchers. Archiving is very important. So we have to start archiving tomorrow, everybody here. And the team has to be from the city. The team has to be mostly young, a few old ones around. The team has to be from all classes, religions, sexual orientation. Everyone has to feel a safe space and to discover the city. Our festival 10 years ago had 80% people were above 50. Today, 80% of the people who come to the festival are less than 30. That, for us, is our biggest achievement. Thank you. लखनऊ ज़रूर आइएगा.
Thank you, Madhvi. That was some perspective on how to look at Lucknow beyond nawabs and kebabs, and of course through the various lenses of people, food, gender, performing arts, and traditional music instruments. Our next presentation now is by Sohail Hashmi. Many of you would have gone to his Delhi walks. He's a historian and author who offers immersive experiences to Delhi's rich historical and cultural heritage. Mr. Hashmi, may I welcome you on stage? So you have a presentation, right? So this is the clipper?
Yes. How does this work? I don't know. Just switch this on? Yeah. Yeah.
Priyanka, we just press this one to change the slide? The green one.
The upper one. Yeah, yeah, all right. Thank you, India Today. And thank you, all of you who are here for this opportunity. I will be making a break from the general feel-good factor that we have been talking about in the sessions today up to now. I have one more speaker after me in this session, Pecha Kucha, which I read as Bacha Kucha, the leftover, and that is what I'm going to be talking about today. No, the Bacha Kucha, which is the heritage, which is what I'll be talking about. I'm not going to be talking about my walks, but I've been doing these walks for 20 years, and there are some rather uncomfortable questions that keep on popping up. I'm going to share them with you. Tourism is not going anywhere unless we invest in our heritage. Conserving and caring for both tangible and intangible heritage. And when I say invest, I'm not talking only of money. I'm also talking about trying to understand what heritage is and what it requires to save, preserve, and promote. And the gentleman who's going to come after me is an expert on that, so I'm not going to be encroaching on his territory. But these are basics, very, very basics. We need to clean up our act. We need to provide clean toilets. And this is something that I have been raising with those, the number is very limited and becoming smaller by the day, who would listen. You have World Heritage sites. To visit it, people are asked to pay, foreigners, our guests, who we keep on lauding all the time, Atiti Devo Bhava and all that. We charge them 600 rupees, 700 rupees, or in the Taj, some more in the name of road tax, in addition to the ticket. But we can't provide them a clean toilet. And that is the image they take back. Clean surroundings. If you don't believe me, go to any World Heritage site in India, reach there at the time when the site opens, at sunrise. All sites open at sunrise. But the litter that is spread outside by the visitors who arrived the day before is cleaned only after 9:30. That is when the sanitation staff reports. Why can't we change that? Clean drinking water. And why can't we have decent restaurants? walking around the Taj for 2 hours, why can't you have a decent place to sit down and have a cup of tea? On tables which are not sticky. Why can't we do this? And over above everything else, give people a welcoming environment. What do we have instead? This is the entry to the Red Fort. This is a World Heritage Site. You are trying to enter it from opposite the Jain Mandir. For some strange reason, Red Fort opens at 9 o'clock, but the entry is from the Delhi Gate side, and you have to walk all the way, but the entry, you enter from Delhi Gate side, but you enter the Red Fort from the Lahore Gate side. You can't enter from Chandni Chowk till 11 o'clock. After 11 o'clock, you can enter from here. What is the advantage in that? Who has thought up of that? Why are people being made to walk half a kilometer or a kilometer after buying their tickets? But these are issues to which you have no answers. You're coming from Gurgaon and going to Qutb, another World Heritage Site. You see the G20 signboard is still there. This photograph was taken last week. This is a general body meeting of all the cows of the area. And it happens on a daily basis. This rubble is collected once in 10 days. I've been marking it. I travel that way every day. You are approaching a World Heritage Site, the second most visited site in India. And a whole lot of your international visitors are now staying in fancy hotels in Gurgaon, and they drive down to the Taj, to the Qutb via this road. For conservation, we need to arrest decay, prevent vandalism, caring and promoting heritage, and not this. This is the Red Fort. Seen from a site where you don't see it. You see all these trees? What are they going to do to this World Heritage Site? Who's going to clean them up, uproot them, prevent it before the wall collapses? Or this? I don't know how many of you have been to this place. This is inside Zafar Mahal. This arch is where Bahadur Shah Zafar's father is buried, and there's an empty plot where Bahadur Shah Zafar wanted to be buried. But he was buried in Rangoon. We didn't think it was important to bring his remains back to this 2 gaz zameen where he wanted to be buried. Kuwe Yar mein 2 gaz zameen bhi, this is the 2 gaz zameen. And this broken open space which had a jali like that was totally destroyed by vandals. Nobody is bothered, nobody has been caught. Who calls the shots? And then there are these questions that we need to address. Is the Taj our heritage or not? Is it a mausoleum or a temple? Where does myth-making end and history begin? Unless we address these questions, your heritage is not safe. Because what is your heritage is being redefined every day by people who have no idea what heritage is all about. Is this a mausoleum? Or is this a temple? Who is in charge? of preserving the aesthetics of these World Heritage monuments. You see this blue fountain? Whose creative idea is this? Painting it blue. Or there was another shocking image, I don't know what's happened to it, which was the Qutub Minar in 2000 shades of orange. Yeah? Is it there? I don't know how to go back on this. Ah, there. There it is. This is some day, and you have to do this to the Qutub. This is surely not the way to go about it. And now I'm coming to the end. I have, I think, taken I have 20 seconds left. The Jamna is central to the many Delhis, is now virtually dead. This is the Jamuna. The lights are too bright, you can't see. That whole black thing is the Jamuna. All that black you are seeing is the Jamuna. And these are remains of the last immersions of some puja. Same. Self-proclaimed arbiters of faith cannot be given custody of our heritage. Those conniving with the polluters of our waters and the destroyers of our forests cannot be trusted with protecting our natural heritage. Heritage and tourism have little chance of survival with these three constantly under existential threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hashmi. Thank you, Mr. Hashmi, for sharing. I mean, there is certainly a reality check that we all need to do, and your presentation was a stark reminder of that. Much grateful. Our next presentation is from Mr. Ratish Nanda, Projects Director, Aga Khan Trust. Mr. Nanda, I would like to request you to come on stage, please.
Shukriya. Thank you, India Today. Thank you, Kai, Amit. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Sohail Saab, for putting a reality check. And Aman, of course, bringing us back to India. Some of you would have, I was really intrigued by the title, you know. The past is an incredible country too. So it's a country that some of us continue to live in. And it's a country that I want to take you all to meet some of the other people who live in this country, and to answer to you know, some of Sohail Saab's issues and Aman's speech. There are some of these things. This is Humayun's tomb. It's been my country for almost 26 years now. Surprisingly, this garden tradition really comes from Central Asia. But at Humayun's tomb, this charbagh is the earliest charbagh anywhere in the world. And it's been a pleasure to restore it. Now, what was interesting is when we at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture restored it, the amount of money that went into restoration was really recovered in excess ticket sales in less than a year. Now, which other investment has that rate of return? So we now get 2 million visitors at Humayun's tomb every year, year after year. One of these buttons should make it go next. That, really? Yeah. Well, this takes it to the last, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to try to figure this out. Sorry? This is the green button, right? Yeah, but that's somehow taking it back there. Okay. 3 extra seconds I've got Kai over there, yeah? So it is, when we started working at Humayun's tomb, one of the first things we figured out is that if we're going to put the real character, the real significance of it back, we needed to go back to a craft-based approach. And what is incredible about the past is how we did things and how we can continue to do some of these things. So these India is probably the only country in the world where some of these crafts continue to live. I mean, of course, Indonesia and some of these countries also, but our craftsmen can still match the quality of work done by their forefathers. And it is this amount of work that we've been able to leverage for some of our projects at Humayun's Tomb, Sundar Nursery, Nizamuddin, etc. We've done almost over 4 million man-days of work by master craftsmen to create these species. So it's not only stone. I mean, these pictures, if you look at this picture, and I'm going to go away, left is a slide which shows the blue tiles on the dome, and these restored. But this took us 3 years of work, 20,000 samples, and to put this little dot of blue back, in the sense reviving this thing from the past. Now there are craftsmen from Nizamuddin Basti who have been trained in this craft and carry on forever. When we started doing this for Humayun's Tomb, we realized Humayun's Tomb, but almost every building had these remarkable glazed tiles that takes us straight back into the past. Just a little data from craftsmanship, but Sohail Saab showed some pictures, Aman showed some pictures, but this is how Neela Gumbad was. There are over 400 families living there, and it's taken us over 15 years to bring that back to this and now have it included in the World Heritage Site. Insides plasterwork, these are different craft forms that make the past buildings what they are. As an architect, it's a real pity to me that our new buildings don't use any of these crafts, because as architects, we've forgotten how to work with craftsmen. But it is in God lives in the detail, so-called, and some of these patterns to be restored and revived is what makes our real past come alive. That building is called Sundar Burj. Surprise, surprise, the dome, Burj, is Sundar, and hence the name. But across that's Rahim's tomb before, after picture of what happens when you really try to revive the past. All of this is original, but it was covered with layers and layers of paint and soot, and 100%, just one man cleaning this one ceiling for over a year. Water. How did we use water? This Baoli collapsed, and one of the challenges of the community was clean it. So on buckets, we cleaned about 40 feet of silt. And performance, Qawwali was born in Nizamuddin to create performance spaces, is all taking it all back to the past. And, it's not only the building crafts, it's also the intangible crafts of music, craft, and people. We have young youth from Nizamuddin walking people through, and school children through the park, and women who earn livelihood. This group of women, none of whom had ever worked, year before last, had a revenue of 80 lakh rupees just by selling products of paper cutting and embroidery. And that has been the past has been quite instrumental in changing their future. This is a photograph I'm very proud of. I'm sorry, a couple of weeks late for Women's Day. But, these are the number of women from Nizamuddin who've been engaged with some of our work one way or the other. The past was also very green and very geometric. And it is, one of the key things is that the past has, or at least the past, the brown and the green need to go together. When we're talking about heritage, when we're talking about our past, we need to recognize the historic setting that many of our past buildings had. And in that, and get inspired by that to continue, and these spaces that we've created at Sundar Nursery now receive 1.2 million visitors a year. For a new destination, opened only in 2021. And this was never meant as a tourist spot. It was to take the load off Humayun's tomb and so on. There is other portions of the past which could be, this is the zoo, this is one monument we've not got our hands into yet. But, you know, it is clearly a space which could be put to some fascinating uses, but it sits in the middle of the zoo, and the zoo won't let us access it. But that's a story for another time. Stucco, and, you know, craft and architecture went hand in hand. We didn't have the, you know, the terrible glass and steel that we have today, which is soulless as far as I'm concerned. But it is these crafts that really made the past what it is today, what the significance of the past. And again, you know, granite blocks that we made a parapet for a monument, which is with 1,000-kilo stones of granite, which is the joys of the past. This Bauli, when we started in Hyderabad, we realized that we needed to buy water. And it's almost a sin, you know, to buy water in tanker loads for conservation issues when, you know, the city itself is starving of water. And we went back to the past. We said, how did they do this in the past? How was this site really secured in the past? And we found remnants of 8 such step wells. Now, conserving these, you see one photograph of 4 of them, conserving these has allowed us to collect 3 million liters of rainwater every year, and almost pays for the money that went into the conservation work. There are other pictures which show you that God does indeed live in the detail, and almost 100% of conservation budgets really go into craftsman wages, and which is why the past is also important to take care of. But also what we've seen from some of our other projects, such as Sundar Nursery and Humayun's tomb restoration, that each penny invested in this continues to pay in a long-term sustainable manner. The craft of Pitradura, there are lots of people in Agra who claim to be doing this. All of them are using Chinese plastic. This one man is left holding the flag, and there are other crafts such as calligraphy, which you use in the stone. And if the past is a country, what is the gateway to that country? And recently we've opened the Humayun Museum with the Archaeological Survey of India, or for the Archaeological Survey of India, to give people a window to their past. And also the museum includes some incredible examples of craftsmanship, such as the mother of pearl inlay and lacquer. This was on a whim that we started on this incredible canopy, which is now sort of a lot of people's favorite thing, but it's gateway to the past. And I think when Sohail Hashmi Saab spoke about the Taj and Red Fort and the Qutub Minar, I think all of these incredible sites need a gateway such as this to the past. Thank you very much. They're saying I still have some time left, so I should continue.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda. I would like to now request Mr. Nath, Ms. Kukreja, Mr. Hashmi to come back on stage for a token of appreciation. I would now also like to call India Today's feature editor, Kai Frizy, to hand over a token of appreciation to the guests. With rising disposable incomes, increased digital access, and exposure to global travel trends, the Indian traveler has evolved over the past decade, moving beyond traditional sightseeing to seeking personalized and immersive experiences. The next session is a fireside chat on the changing demands of Indian tourists with Mugdha Sinha, Director General, Ministry of Tourism. Moderating this session is India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa. Requesting Ms. Sinha and Raj to come up on stage.
Yes, let's give Mugdha Sinha a very, very warm round of applause. She's Director General of Tourism, Government of India, the real nuts and bolts person that deals with all executive policies that the Government of India takes and has it implemented. Before we begin, let's give a really warm round of applause for the 4 speakers that were there before. Brilliant. I mean, so immersive, so relevant, and, you know, brings out everything that we need to do and also support in tourism. Mugdha, you have a fascinating background. Culture has been also part of yours, and this is also, Minister this morning spoke on tourism and outlined some of the big things that the government has done, also talked of the budget. But let's look at some of the challenges that we face. And one of them is the fact that while we have a fantastic revival in terms of domestic tourism, and we talked of 2.5 billion tourists that came last year, and if you really now take what happened in Kumbh Melas, what the minister reminded us, that we have something like 60 crore people land up there. So you probably set a world record in terms of domestic tourism. But when you look at foreign tourism, we have recovered close to 10 million come down over here. But the fact is that we are underperforming. Now, what is the challenge in terms of meeting these two markets? Because the domestic tourists might have a limited sort of agenda in terms of spiritual tourism, but the foreign tourists might want to see other things as well. So there is a dichotomy in the way you need to organize yourself. What are the challenges the country faces in that, and what's the government doing about it?
Yeah. Thank you, Raj, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm really delighted to be here at the India Today Travel and Tourism Summit Conclave. I think that's a very provocative question, but not an unpredictable question, if I can say, because this is the first question that I get to hear from all the events that I attend. This comparison between why is inbound or FITs important for India is a no-brainer for me, because when you talk of an aspirational India led by the leadership which is putting its skin in the game, with the first Indian becoming the first incredible Indian and our brand ambassador for the country abroad. When he travels to a certain destination, that destination picks up as a tourist destination. With those kind of things, third largest economy, 3.9 trillion today, aspiring to be a 5 trillion in the next 5 years, wanting to be a $25–30 trillion economy by 2047, which is the vision of the Amrit Kaal. India today has the third largest ecosystem for startups in the world, and we know today that the travel and tourism decisions are made by the millennials, which are all tech-based. So tech-based and data-driven insights are what is driving travel and tourism in the country, and India has those capacities. Of course, if you also look at the SDG goals, you will find that India in the last 10 years has uplifted 240 million people from multi-dimensional poverty, which basically means that more and more people have disposable incomes to travel. If you look at the figures, you've mentioned the inbound, I'm not repeating them, but if you look at the outbound, you will find in the last 1 year, we've moved up from 27 million people going abroad to about 33 this last year ending December 2024, which basically means that people are traveling. If you look at the numbers of the people which have crisscrossed the globe last year, it is about 1,300 million, which is global crisscrossing. And if you look at the numbers within the country, you will find that they are double the numbers of the global numbers, which is 2,300 million people have crisscrossed all across India. With those kinds of aspiration and the ecosystem, in the last 10 years, we've doubled our travel infrastructure from 74 airports. Currently, we have about 167, of which 45 are international airports. And we've also connected our tier 3 cities for detour or destination dupe travel aspirations of the people. If you look at the road connectivity has improved. We have large number of tunnels. We have about 18 cable cars which are coming, which is for more the pilgrim tourist and remote destinations. We have at least 10 major ports getting green infrastructure for sustainable tourism, for cruise tourism. We have about 2 of those getting converted for yachting, which yachting is very popular in European and American countries. So India is so aspirational. How is it that we will not want more foreigners to come to India? Because the numbers should match the aspiration we have. Aspiration in terms of the common person. If you also look at the demographic dividend, everybody knows this, but one important factor that you don't know here is that while 65% of our population is below 35, whereas everybody else in the Western world is inching towards a geriatric population, India is still young. Also because if you look at the budget announcements, youth, women, and local community is driving today our infrastructure in terms of homestay, our tourism itineraries, and increasingly, most states' budgets, because the budgets have been announced recently, you will find phenomenal stress on entrepreneurship. One last thing, who is making the travel decisions in the country and in the globe as a whole? Anybody born between 1983 and 1997, which is the millennials, which are the people who hustle, also want to travel. In my generation, our parents used to take us for summer holidays or winter holidays. Today, people are taking a break after every 2 or 3 months. The whole concept of travel is changing, and it is these people who are born in this generation called the millennials. And we are making policy not just for the millennials, we are also making policy for the zennials. The alpha and the beta have been born. The beta started birthing themselves from February of this year. So we have to also look at the intergenerational perspective of people who are making those travel decisions. And increasingly, their idea of travel is very different. And just like in the income tax, once upon a time, you had what is called the haves and the have-nots. Today, in the travel and tourism, you have something called the FOMOs and the JOMOs. The FOMOs are people like me who have the fear of missing out, so I travel everywhere where I can. And then there are the JOMOs like my mother who would like to, the joy of missing out and probably do a spiritual retreat once in a while, or do hashtag sleep tourism or slow tourism. So I think the ecosystem is changing, how people are making decisions are changing. And because we aspire to be a certain country, we also have influence.
Right.
India is not just aspirational in the purely economic sense. We are also aspirational in the kind of influence that we wield in the global geopolitics today. And if we have both of these, we have the techies, we have populated the Silicon Valleys of the world, the whole tech that the globe is using is all driven by Indians. We have a huge Indian diaspora. Why will we not want many more people to come to India? And increasingly, 21st June this year, 10 years of UN celebrating International Yoga Day. Last year, 21st of December, 6 years apart, 6 months apart, India again got to, seed into the UN what is called the UN International Day of Meditation. Increasingly, after COVID, the pandemic, also these mental health, anxieties, issues, etc., people are increasingly looking to the Indian, Ayush systems, the traditional knowledge systems, and recreation and rejuvenative kind of travel, the slow travel. So I think we must encash on the bouquet of natural, cultural resources, the assets that we have, because tourism pillion rides and all this, and we should all say that while the hotel industry has made good money in the last 2 years, they've had many more IPOs come out. Mr. Amarnath is here, he will vouch for it. Many more new rooms are getting added. The per occupancy has increased, the average per rate of a room night has increased, but I think still there is scope for having long spenders, long stayers come to India, because there is also the whole concept of tourism contributing to the GDP of the country. Right now it's about anywhere between 8 to 12%, and also more than anything else, forget the forex, because after GST contributions, we are not really looking at tourism and textiles from the forex point of view, but I can tell you for sure, tourism has a transformational impact in generating employment and solving the employment problem of the country. And one last thing I'll say, that we today live in a creative economy. The creative economy has a very different kind of a work culture than what we had. And I think tourism is at the epicenter of this creative cultural economy. We are not today talking of the 4 factors of classical economics, the land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. We are today talking of ideas, assets, revenues, and royalty. So that, I think, is what is driving tourism today, and we must encash, because we also want the younger people to know what India is all about. And today, with all that influence that we have, with all the capacities and capabilities that we have, both the willingness and ability that we have, we must be able to pull people like a magnet. And we should not shy away from saying that we also want FITs, we also want inbound, and that remains the focus of the work that we do in the ministry today.
A brilliant sweep of what y'all are doing, and the need for it, the fact that we have a bouquet of attractions that should get the best in the world, not just in India, to come there. And that's where I think the dichotomy is beginning to happen. In some senses, we need to sort that out, is the fact that we would have about 9 to 10 million foreign tourists coming. 9.5, right? Thailand has 27 million. A small country, probably beaches which dominate. The fact is we have everything across that. Spain has 80 million, right? Germany is around that number. And the fact, I mean, without discounting the domestic tourists, they do bring a lot of funds in. The average expenses of foreign tourists is expected to make, or the average that we've seen is about 2.5 to 3 lakh. Which is a lot of money when you take a look at the foreign exchange. We had mentioned a figure of $28 billion. 33 years. Yes, 2023 is 28 and 33. That's a good jump that's happened. So what do we need to do? Particularly a lot of these is with regard to the state. There's so much to showcase. Why aren't those tourists coming that they should? What should the states do? Because the central can do a lot of policy, but unfortunately the best laid plans of the central government need not be implemented in the way you all have thought about it. How can you change that and make sure the states are able to up their act and get the kind of tourists they should be getting?
Yeah, I think that's a very relevant question again, because we have to realize that we need to work more strategically, given the limitations that we have. And of course, there are challenges, I would not deny. But we work, and I see some of the states who are here. The states are our collaborators. Just as the private sector, the OTAs, the hospitality sector, all the people who work, the local communities, everybody is a collaborator, because we have a very, if I can just name and say, the model that we operate on is a very different kind of a model, unlike any other ministry for that matter. We are the only ministry which owns nothing and sells everything. It's pretty much like an Amazon or a Flipkart or a ONDC kind of a model, because the cultural assets belong to the culture ministry, the performative also belong to them, or to the states, the destinations belong to the states, the destinations are looked after by the state. All the things that generate a certain sentiment or a perception or an image also happen on land that belongs to the state. So whether it's hygiene, whether it's cleanliness, whether it's sanitation, whether it's safety, etc. So we don't own anything. When you look at the infrastructure, the hotels, of course, are mostly privately owned. We look at the infrastructure, civil aviation, shipping, railways, etc. We own nothing. So the thing that we need to do, we have 3 tools, and these 3 tools are very important to increase India's visibility in the market. But the game of how you do that has changed because the ecosystem, the template has changed. There are new audiences who are making decisions that have changed. They think differently. So the three tools is marketing, but in a different manner. Today, while we were doing physical and linear and digital marketing a couple of years back, today we need to invest in emotional, anamorphic, quantum marketing. So those of you who understand physics understand that observation can change how the particles react. So quantum marketing becomes very, very important today. And these are expensive pieces. And we need to understand how marketing is done to be able to pick up the right product. So after marketing, I think data. Data is extremely important, big data, and I think that is where we incentivize the states to carry on what is called market research. Because if you want to get inbound into the country, you must know how people travel from different countries. We have about 195 countries and about another couple of 50 countries, which are the small island nations. So about 295 countries is what we have in the world today who are traveling. Each one of them wants a different pie of the country. So data insights of how people are traveling so that we can give them personalized, tailor-made options, bespoke itineraries. Those become very, very important. And it's here where the states and the tour operators have to come together. We have to peep into what are the tour itineraries that you're offering. Are people coming from X country in a charter? So where do we take the charter? Do we have enough Mercedes and BMWs and high luxury cars with taxi number plates to be able to offer to the... So there are nuanced issues and there are macro issues. Then also the fact is how are we using technology? Are we optimizing the technological products that are available today? Everybody is talking of Gen AI, the large language module for language translation, etc. I'll give you one. Because everything else is common, I'll give you just one, which is called the Gaussian slate. I've also been Secretary Science and Tech, so I'll use things which are still not there, and sometimes I find that the vocabulary that I speak also needs to be understood because that can be a game changer. So look at what a Gaussian slate can do for technology, for all of you. We've talked of immersive, AR, VR, mixed VR, all that. But you know, India is very, very blessed to have 6 seasons. We have spring, summer, monsoon, autumn, winter, etc., pre and post, whatever. And the Gaussian slate technology actually enables you to see a destination of how the destination will look in all these 6 seasons. So you can make a choice whether you want to visit this destination. Say, for example, I'll give you an example of Srinagar, right? Do you want to go to Gulmarg when it's the peak of winters and see how it looks? Or do you want to go to Srinagar in the tulip season or the almond blossom season? That Gaussian slate will enable you to see the destination sitting here as a tourist and decide whether you want to undertake a summer travel to Srinagar or you want to take a winter travel to Srinagar. And I think nobody is talking about this technology today. We are all talking of AI, the lounge buddy, the Hilton, the concierge services. We also forget, sometimes when a technology reaches a certain scale and replicability. For example, very small things, luggage tracking. A traveler can have a nightmare if your luggage doesn't reach. I've had it only once in my life for an official meeting where I had to re-drape my sari and wear it for a meeting and then the luggage came. But I know it can be a nightmare. But today you have luggage tracks. You have inbuilt sensors which tell you exactly where your luggage, which airport your luggage is lying. You have so many, products today. The IoT, we are not only talking, we are just talking of the Gen AI for language translation, etc. But if you also, dynamic pricing, by the way, the dynamic pricing model today runs on algorithm. In fact, our whole lives run on algorithms. The behavioral nudge that Richard Thaler talked about, today the algorithms are doing that for you. They're based on your history. They're telling you where you need to travel, what you need to eat. Today, Map My India. They actually have what you call immersive models of all the monuments inbuilt. API sharing today enables you to do public-private partnerships, not on paper, but on tech. There's so much that can be done today, and I think we are only at the very, very, cusp of beginning to make this change. And I think with the commercialization of the Internet of Things, your machines will be connected, your fridges will get uploaded with whatever is your favorite item. If you travel in a particular, if you have birthdays, for example, the IoT will book wherever you had wanted to go. And I'm given to understand, if you see a few TED Talks, you will see that all hardware will disappear. If you think of something, that IoT will actually, telepathically, he'll become a telepathic companion like Carl Ung, and he will book your travel. So this is the age that we are on the periphery of today. And increasingly, I think we will have to up our antennae in marketing, the new generation quantum marketing, in using data insights to travel and look at the trends. And this is an elephant, because we will have to have the nimbleness of the mountain goat to be able to quickly review and change. If this doesn't work, can we do this? And I think because we live in an age of startup where failure, and also AI. So you know what, Kabir actually spoke of AI, according to me, and I won't allow you to criticize me for saying that, for the simple reason, he said something in one of the shlokas, karat karat abhyas, jadmat hoye sujan. And what is AI all about? Iteration. So if you keep doing the same thing and you fail, and you go back to it again and redo it, review it, that is an iteration. Today, AI is thriving on iteration, and we in the policy should also use that tech iteration and keep improving the way we do business of travel and tourism. I think if we are able to understand that the elephant need not stay there for a year, we have to make short-term decisions. If till yesterday, slow tourism was a trending hashtag, tranquil tourism was a trending hashtag. Today, it is sleep tourism, and tomorrow, I'm given to understand it will be digital nomadism. So we should be in a position to have incentives and to be able to, take very quick decisions in touch with the times, in touch with the people who are making these decisions. And that is where I think the policy makers have to move from policy to SOPs to actionable points. If we can do that, and this is the states, because states are our collaborators, if we can do that, I think we can avoid the steep learning curve, and we can get into the running treadmill and do what is required for travel and tourism, and which is what we are trying to do right now.
Excellent. Again, a brilliant overseeing the entire needs of ours. And coming to the last, I like the way you brought technology in a big way into this. And if you take a look at technology as an enabler, and we've got about 3-4 minutes left, you can actually track where your hotels, you don't have adequate rooms. Where are things that are not functioning as they should? Where are security issues that are there? Toilets which should be there in terms of cleanliness. We had the previous speaker talk of that. What is your, can we enable technology so we're able to estimate respective states, and what can the center do to incentivize, say, the medium scale industry is the largest benefactor of tourism. How can we change that and give them the incentives to set up hotels, to make the, meet the demand that's there? What can we do on that front, and how are you trying to change that in the ministry?
So while, everybody's focus is on the big monies in terms of setting up destinations, detour, alternate destinations, I will give you a formula which I think works on how people travel and what we can do what we are doing and what we can do, and what states and the industry needs to offtake from us. So my formula is a triangulation of the 3 A's. So it is like that everybody has a bucket list of travel, which is A for attractions. Then once you have the attraction as part of your wish list, you have what is called accommodations, which is the second A of travel. And then the third A of travel is accessibility. And if the states, as part of destination development and destination management, can get amenities on all of these 3 A's, and amenities also mean travel help desk, technology, based on data insights, everything, then I think this triangle will become a square. right? And that is what we need to do. I'll give you an example. While we have four different schemes, 5 different schemes, the Swadesh Darshan, which looks at all your destination development, big ticket items. Then we have the Prasad, which looks at the pilgrim travel in the country, which is like everybody wanting to take a spiritual retreat for regenerative, or for that matter, even your eco trails and your Ayurvedic treatments that go there. Then you also have what is called your special assistance to the states, which is again big ticket items, 100 crore projects that we give for anything where there is a viability gap that they need to fulfill in terms of infrastructure, connectivity, anything. And then you also have assistance that we give under the challenge-based and to the central institutions like ASI, universities, anything. Now, what we need to do is that we in the budget have also announced that we will, under the modified URAN, look at 120 remote locations which are not connected to international domestic or domestic international flights. With the 18 ASEAN countries, we have ASAs, which are the air service agreements under the open sky. So about, with Indonesia and Malaysia, I'm given to understand there are about 21,000 and 14,500 seats which are available for the to and fro movement. We can open this very much, and we know that 2 of our air companies, Air India and Indigo, have already ordered about 1,000 plus, 900 plus wide-bodied aircrafts, which means that movement from the long-haul destinations, US, Latin America, Africa, Japan, Northeast, Australia, these will improve and get enhanced in the years to come. Today we have about 116 air service agreements, which means that we can service all these without having to code share on our Indian Airlines wide-bodied aircrafts. So that is one. The second very important thing, which is that in the budget that has been announced, that of these destinations that we have today in the country, 50 of these destinations, because the hospitality industry has been given the status of the infrastructure, so they can choose, and we are helping arrive at those 50 destinations where the hotels have to come up, and the hotels there will be given the infrastructure industry status, which basically means that you will be enabled to take long-term loans, keeping your break-even and the ROI, and your EMIs will get, because this is a very labor-intensive. For one luxury room, you have to employ 3 employees. If you go to a 7-star, probably that number will increase. Huge amount of potential, but when you say labor-intensive, it is also equally capital-intensive. And I think we've got that ability to get the hotels infrastructure right, because the supply chain was lacking in this. So 2 of those things. But coming to very small items, where the offtakes from the state needs to go up, is one that we are not really using the money that is available with us. We give states anywhere between 50 lakhs and 1 crore to do what is called market research. Oh. So if Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, these bigger states are the ones that are the recipients of large number of foreign tourists, you should be interested in studying where my foreign tourists are coming from today. Goa, the whole landscape has changed. You give you an example, because Goa has been in the news. Today, about 2,500 rooms are being added in Goa in one city alone. And if I do a comparison with Delhi, only 400. And Delhi is the port of disembarkation from all over the world. Why is that happening today? Because in Goa, you are getting huge amount of charter flights which are going. 25 charter flights by one tour operator in Delhi from Russia alone, which has landed in Goa in the last 1 year. Which means that high spenders. You also raised a question somewhere about how people spend. Just look at the people where we need to be, countries where we need to invest. Australia, a normal Australian spends about 3,200 US dollars on any trip outside of Australia. compared to British, who spends about $777 compared to a person from the United States, which spends about $1,400, compared to, say, Japan, which spends about $1,200. So whom do you want to get into the country? And we have always been focused very much on the leisure tourists. Can we also use, and we are working towards it, and you will see the results soon, because in the Great Indian Travel Bazaar in Jaipur on the 4th, we are launching this. India has become a member of ICA, which is the highest international body which measures the amount of international events and the corporate travelers that you have been able to get to India. And I'm very happy to say that we must focus not so much on numbers, because when you focus on numbers, you are in a rat race, and sorry, we are not in a rat race. We are looking at numbers, sure, but we also want to look at the mass affluent and the luxury category to get those people, because they stay longer, they are more serious travelers, they are more dedicated people, and the whole of Europe and the Western world is also very much interested in our luxury trains. The states run a lot of luxury trains. I can see Assam here, so I can also say they have a Central Vista Dome, which goes to one of their hill stations, right? So can we improve the experience around these trains? And only day before I was in Srinagar, in Jammu, IIM Jammu Aniti State workshop, and you see the Jammu Tawi is the only train in the world which runs from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So I gave them an idea, can we convert this route, because it doesn't run every day, can we use this route to set up a luxury train, not a very largish one, say only about 100 seats, and take them from Jammu and Kashmir right to Kanyakumari on an extravagant kind of a extravaganza, an exotic tour where you cover the whole of India. I'm telling you this why? Because I've myself undertaken a journey like that from St. Francisco to Yellowstone National Park, Yosemite, on a bus, of course, but traversing through 8 states. Wow. And it was magic for me to be able to do that in the shortest possible time. So why can't those kind of curated itineraries be created for India, where people will look forward to doing them, something exotic and looking at the up-end traveler, because there's too much of overcrowding anyways which is happening. So can we do these rare, exclusive product? I will give you one example and finish. I know we might be exceeding time, but I know it's only lunchtime, and there's always space
yes,
for food for thought before food for the tummy. So I know I'm overextending. But one thought that while we are doing all the tangible stuff of creating hotels, roads, flights, airports, destinations, one thing that we are not focusing on, which the global world is doing and where we have the acumen, because right from the age of artificial intelligence, people have predicted that we will be ushering in an age of imagination. And we are today right in 20 years of the culture creative economy. Taylor Swift, the National Tourism Board of Singapore, entered into a contract with Taylor Swift, which debars her. Intellectual property right contract, which debars her from performing anywhere in the Southeast Asian or the Asian continent till 2027. They have not spent a penny. She goes and performs every year, and we know what a musical concert can do. No spending on destination, sir. Just a contract, Angrezi language written on paper, doesn't even take 5 rupees on a sarkari daftar, nothing. And that debars her. So you are raising the bar of way you are doing competition today. And I think we must look at creating IPs for the country as tourism products, which is very, very important, because if we don't do it, we will have huge amount of competition in the world. Today, there are one companies I don't want to name. They have the A&R, which is the artist repositories of all the possible artists in the country, including Indian artists. How will you get musical concerts in your country, despite the fact that tomorrow you might have the best of stadiums, best of convention centers. If the ANR doesn't permit them to come to your country, I think that is food for thought. I know my thoughts might just be very far advanced of the time, but I think the global template of how tourism has to be done, the loyalty points, you know, the private sector is doing it. The loyalty points, the Tata Neu that has come up, all these things need to get adopted. And while we talk of marketing, data, and tech, we must not forget the creation or the co-curation with the OTAs, with the public sector, with the sporting, with the adventure sports people, with anything that you see, because intangible, the fair, festival, events category has more power today to drive your travel and tourism than even your tangible. So I think the focus should go there. We are so overawed by technology that we miss this important thing which is happening on the sideline. I think it is very, very important. I'm just doing my duty as a government official to draw everybody's attention that this is absolutely mandatory, and we are already late. We need to begin ASAP. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Let's give her a really warm round of applause. She spoke with such passion and such clarity. Mugdha Sinha, once more, let's give her a warm round of applause.
What an enriching session that was. So many suggestions, so many learnings. Ma'am, I would like to request you to be on the stage for a minute. I would like to request you to felicitate one of our winners for India Today Survey and Awards. The Editor's Choice winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Adventure Destination is Bir Billing in Himachal Pradesh. Also, the survey winner for Tourism Awards under the category Best Mountain Destination is Dharamshala. To receive these two awards, please welcome Ms. Meera Mohanty, Resident Commissioner, Himachal Pradesh, to the stage. I would now also like to request India Today's COO Suparna Kumar to come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Ms. Sinha. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request you to please settle down. There's just one last session between you and lunch. Social media has transformed the way we explore destinations, making travel more visual, aspirational, and experience-driven. Platforms like Instagram and YouTube have brought several offbeat places to the fore, courtesy travel influencers, who are the new age storytellers shaping how a destination is perceived. For the session, Social Media Destinations and Local Branding, the Influencer Revolution, please welcome the speakers to stage. Anupriya Kapoor, Travel and Lifestyle Influencer. Archana Singh, Marketing Director, Only One Travel and Founder, Travel See Right. Preeti Parthasarthi, Content Creator, Peppy Travel Girl, and Content Creator, Nikhil Chawla. Welcome everyone. Moderating this session is Ishani Nandi, Senior Editor, Reader's Digest. Over to you, Ishani.
Thanks, Sonal. Good afternoon, everyone. And we're welcome to what we hope is going to be a very interesting conversation about social media and the influencer revolution and how it's reshaping the travel space, consumer behavior, and local branding. Before I start, every time I kept looking at my opening remarks, I kept thinking industrial revolution instead of influence revolution, so please forgive me if that happens. So gone are the days when travel brochures and glossy magazines and celebrity endorsements, traditional advertising, these were the only ways through which we would identify and introduce ourselves to new locations and destinations and understand other cultures around the world. Today, influencers, whether global icons with millions of followers or local micro-creators with highly engaged niche audiences, they play a pivotal role in shaping travel trends, influencing choices, and redefining how destinations connect with audiences. Through authenticity, relatability, and the ability to create engaging narratives, influencers have become a key player in modern travel marketing, with brands and destinations actively seeking their partnerships to connect with audiences. But like with all things, with great influence comes great responsibility. There are great challenges that affect this space as well. So how do influencers maintain credibility in a world where branded content dominates? How do they respond to audience expectations surrounding transparency, ethical promotions, and genuine storytelling that honors both the destination and the local communities? Where is the influencer revolution heading next? These are the topics that we'd like to discuss today. Welcome to all our panelists, and thank you for being here. My first question to you guys would be, what is the secret sauce that makes travel influencers so impactful? What unique qualities do you bring to the table that makes travel destinations want to collaborate with you? Preeti, if you want to start us off.
Just testing. Yeah. I think when it comes to being a content creator or an influencer, the one thing that really sets someone apart is the fact that there's a community, and you are identified by that community as someone who is, say, you know, they've chosen to like follow or like look at. So when you are out there traveling, creating content, it's like a friend is telling you, you know, it's like a friend is telling you that here's a place I went to, these are some cool things I did, here's what I really liked, here's what I really don't. And there's that element of honesty and authenticity that actually really comes across, which is what makes an influencer credible. Because honestly, if I were to travel, I would ask my friend, you know, like I would prefer a personal recommendation over maybe someone that I don't even know, or like, you know, an aggregator or anyone else. So I feel like that credibility is actually what sets a content creator or an influencer apart, even when it comes to working with, say, a tourism board or a brand, you know, like especially if there's a match between what the creator does and what the destination has to offer. I think that's like the perfect fit. And then when that is communicated to the audience in the way that, say, you know, all of us do best in our own way, that's what is the secret sauce, in my opinion.
Archana, do you want to add to that?
Sure.
So I would say there are three main ingredients which are the secret sauce and which are going to stay probably forever. So one is that, whenever you're creating some content, you need to be true to the niche that you have picked up. You cannot sell everything to everyone. It has to be some USP driven. So one is that. Second is, Preeti spoke about authenticity. I think that is very, very important. That's the reason why anybody would listen to a content creator than seeing an ad. So what is it that you're offering? Is it real time, relevant? Yeah, relevant. Third is like, it needs to be useful to the audience. You need to give some kind of tip, something, which they are not going to find by a AI-generated itinerary or which they are not going to find by their nearby travel agent. It is something that you're bringing to the table. So just to sum up, three things. One is that what is your USP that you're selling? Second is how authentic you are. And third is it needs to be useful.
All right. Well said. Nikhil, regarding the old authenticity versus commercialization debate, how do you balance genuine experiences with brand collaborations and maintaining audience trust when the demand is for more transparency and, like Preeti and Archana said, authenticity?
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword for everybody like us, and being a travel creator is not easy because you're always constantly, you're not enjoying your trip most of the times because you're always worried about, will I be able to capture the content that I want to show? And then you're worried about editing it, and a lot of other things happen. But what I feel is like if I'm going to a different country or a different place, I would go to the locals. Like if I'm going to US and still having Starbucks there, fails the purpose, right? So you go to a local coffee shop, you talk to people, you talk to local communities, understand what is going on there, and that brings out the authenticity. And then the experiences that you get from there is what you share with your audience. And a lot of creators, I've seen there's a backlash. There's so much happening in Bali right now that they don't want creators to come. They're like, it's rapid industrialization happening because creators came, showed that Bali is so beautiful. Now everybody wants to set up a property there. So as I said, it's a double-edged sword, and people really, as creators, we try to be as authentic as possible, and it's very tough to be relevant all the time because trends change instantly, a lot of things change. And they also say that, in the next 5 years, we won't even have creators. AI will take over. So that is also a thing that we have to think about. But like you mentioned, I should not be saying this on stage, but creators will always still be there because what we bring to the experience will not be replaced by AI for sure.
Well, absolutely, well said. And AI and any kind of technology will probably be tools that influencers will also find a way to hone and utilize to create human stories.
I'll give you an example. Sure. So my team that works for my edits and all, they saw how AI can edit things, and they're like, are we going to lose our job in an AI? I said, the people who don't skill themselves with AI will lose their jobs, not people who skill themselves. So if you skill yourself and make your work more, faster, better, and perform better, you are helping. Take the help of AI. Do not be scared of AI. That's all I say.
Absolutely. Which is probably, and I'm saving myself here, but this is probably why Industrial Revolution was in my head so much. Keeping up with technology and not being afraid of it is definitely a part of it. With Anupriya, I wanted to throw the same question to you as well.
It's working, right?
Yes.
So basically, it's authenticity versus commercialization, right? So personally speaking, I always choose brands that I anyway associate with. Otherwise, it's a strict no. Same goes for a travel destination. Say, for example, I am going to be covering a country and 5 places there, but there is a certain place that I don't relate to or don't want to promote it. Say, for example, zoo, right? I do not want to promote that, so I do not talk about it. That way, I still maintain my authenticity and still give the audience the other experiences. So it's always about, I think, as an influencer or a creator, sticking to your own values, which is the most important, and then creating content.
So the values that you purport are the ones that your audience is also
kind of aligns with. That's the reason why they're also following, right? They see something which is relatable to them, and that's when they choose to follow you.
But is that a sacrifice that you think a lot of influencers are keen to make? There are compromises? Yes, no?
No, in fact, right now, I feel the space is so crowded that people are making clickbaity content, rage-baity content, which goes against what the word influencer itself stands for. Influence should be positive and not negative. So it's something we all kind of struggle with, in fact, because there's a huge number of creators which are coming up who are just making content which goes viral, which is not even probably good for a certain place. For example, Nikhil mentioned Bali, right? You just make something, again, like multiple creators will go to the same place, create the same content because it goes viral. Might not be good for the environment.
Right. So how would you, and in all of your minds, what's the balance here? How do you counteract the negative impact of a hidden gem becoming a viral destination? Where does the influencer responsibility lie? And short-term booms in certain places. These are we enter their lives, we take Instagrammable pictures, we leave, and then in a couple of months, a new destination is now the 8th place. So these are ever-evolving challenges, but what are your thoughts on this? How do, in your minds, can this be counteracted? Archana?
So, okay, so what I usually do, see, I am big time into sustainability. So anything that I do, I always see it, is it sustainable? And that's how I usually, whenever I plan my travels, they are planned accordingly. I'll give you an example. For example, like everybody wants to go and see cherry blossom in Japan. So when I am going there, I would pick up a season firstly, which is the shoulder season, which is not the peak season, because I don't want to pay money, extra money. Secondly, the people who are already doing that, they're already making big money. It's the people who live in the rural areas. It's the communities, you know, which actually need tourism. So that's why I would spread myself. Either I would go to Hokkaido, which is top north, or I will go to Okinawa, and then go in seasons like autumn, like go in winters, and then showcase those pictures and experiences which people would have not seen it. And that actually motivates other people to go around that time. So for me, it's about not choosing what is viral right now, but what needs our support. What, you know, how you can help those destinations, even in India also. Like I would try and not do the popular bit and do which can help the communities in a way, and make the content which is relatable for the younger audience, for the generation who is looking at reels and shorts, but also has some information that can be useful both for the travelers as well as the people who are working in the tourism industry.
Right. Preeti, do you want to add to something?
Yeah, I mean, completely agree with all of that. And just to like add to it, I think there's also this element of personal responsibility that everyone needs to take, and even we as creators usually try to do. Because of course, we're all trying to go viral, we're all trying to grow, and in a market as saturated, like Anupriya said, it's honestly a challenge to really find your niche and like set yourself apart. But I feel like instead of just focusing on like, you know, what an individual wants to do, it's also about how you want to be welcomed, right? Like how the people over there want you to come. Because ultimately, it's like you're visiting someone else's house. And how would we feel if someone just entered our house, trashed it, and left? Like, not great, right? Like, that's not fun. So I feel like that level of personal responsibility is also really important. And also, like, when you kind of follow the right people and, like, you find the right kind of, you know, agencies doing this kind of work, that's also the right way to maybe travel. And also to kind of, again, it just comes down to personal responsibility in my head at least, so that, you know, you're being mindful of how you're traveling and the impact you're having, and also, you know, able to contribute to like a local economy and kind of build that as well, because ultimately travel is a huge boost for the economy. So it's about finding that balance and just kind of walking that line really well. So yeah.
One thing to that, sorry Nikhil, I'm just hijacking it over here. So, you know, I think with personal responsibility, it's also to see whether people are doing greenwashing or not, because a lot of people are doing in the name of sustainability. They might not be sustainable, but they'll project just because it's a buzzword. So, you know, understanding and seeing it from the right lens, you know, before making your decision is very important.
Thanks.
I think I'll ask the audience who's a creator. Anybody who has a smartphone and internet connection is a creator nowadays. So you just shoot and post it and you become a creator, right? So it's a thin line, and you decide what you're posting, and as everybody's mentioned, practice what you preach. So it's up to you. I mean, a lot of people would do anything just for money, and they say, okay, this is a great place, you should visit. And then when you reach there, you see, okay, there's not even like example would be Turkey. You go for hot air balloon, and then you see there's like a queue of 6 hours to get to that place where the whole thing is visible. So a lot of people won't tell you. So there was a trend also that this is what you see and this is what you get. So all of that comes into action where you somehow have to be honest to yourself, because your audience is following you, and after 3-4 times they'll realize whatever he says doesn't come out to be real. You know, when you reach there, the destination was not the same, or he said the food was nice, and I come from a background where I was a long form journalist. It's very important to stay relevant. So when I used to write 15,000-20,000 words, back in the days, YouTube came in and they said, I'm giving away my age and experience with this. So they said that, you know, this could have been a 6-7 minutes video. So I transformed to YouTube. A few years later, they said this could have been a 1-minute video. So I transformed to that. Now they say it could have been a 15 seconds reel or story. So, you know, you have to be relevant. You have to get those tools and still at the same time be authentic to yourself, what you're doing. And it has been a long journey and it's going well, but you never know next what's going to be the next trend or next platform. Would it be just, you know, virtual reality or augmented reality? So a lot of content that I'm capturing nowadays is through my sunglasses, because, you know, POV shots, people experiencing that, enjoying that. So again, it's about being true to yourself and connecting to the audience, and you can fake once or twice, but later on you'll be caught. So be very honest with what you're putting.
Yeah, just to kind of take on a certain point you made, technology is, of course, always going to be increasing, and our focus seems to be on developing technologies that are faster, better, smaller, all of that. But the regulations and the ethics and the principles that we all live up to might not necessarily be advancing at the same pace. Our focus is on something else. So it's up to creators, and we're figuring it out as we go along. It's after impact happens that we realize that this wasn't the right thing to do. And the audience plays a major role in holding people to account, people who have influence. So what are your thoughts on that?
I was about to say that, you know, it's a two-way street. Just because somebody is putting out content doesn't mean that you need to follow that person. Just because somebody has 1 million followers doesn't mean that person is worth following. So as an audience, you also need to do your own due diligence. When you buy a product, say for example a car, just because Shah Rukh Khan is driving it, you're not going to buy it, right? You're going to go through everything in detail. So why would you just choose a destination just because it's viral or somebody is saying something? You should be, as an audience, also see what, and use your brains basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to your point, to have an audience who is holding us, you know, holding people to account, they need to be well informed. They need to be of a critical thinking mind.
Yes.
And how, I mean, celebrity culture is absolutely something which, the blind following, that is something that we've seen a lot. But is there a counter to that? Is there a way to, is it the role of the influencer to get people to be more critical of them?
I think what social media has done to us has started giving us real-time feedback. You know, you get it instant feedback. You see Shah Rukh Khan driving a Hyundai car, you know he's definitely in a Maybach, but he's driving Hyundai just for the ad. And, you know, people will blindly buy that. But when it comes to social media, if I am driving a Maybach, they know that usually he drives another car, he owns another car, but this is just because he's saying that these are the features of this car. So it's the critical feedback that you get, the comments that you get, you do lives, you do all of that, and people are right there and will point it out. You know, this is not your car. And I've seen a lot of creators, I should not be saying this, but a lot of creators just renting cars and saying that they own it and then later got caught about it. So again, they lose trust. And this is what, again, like Anupriya mentioned, it's a thin line, it's two-way street. So you have to be loyal to yourself, loyal to your audience. Otherwise, it won't be a long journey because there's thousands of millions of creators. They'll unfollow you and follow someone else.
Gone off script, so I'm going to get back. So in a landscape filled with endless content, how do you see influencers leveraging storytelling not just to showcase destinations, but to create a deep, authentic connection with the audience? And what elements do you believe are essential for a travel narrative to truly resonate and drive meaningful engagement?
Again, I feel like there are two sides to this because we've already spoken about what people are doing for virality, and then there are hooks that are maybe misleading, and all of that forms part of storytelling as well because, of course, everybody kind of wants to get out there. But again, what I feel really, really works in today's day and age, especially when the market is this saturated, is actually being completely true to yourself, because when you're doing that, your community knows, like your audience is smart. People, like you said, there is real-time feedback happening. So honestly, the more authentic you are with your storytelling, and of course, there is like some level of marketing, I would say, which we have to do to kind of, grab someone's attention in, say, the first 3 seconds. But at the end of the day, people know. Like, people know when you're lying, people know when you're telling the truth. So if you're able to spin a story or weave something around, say, a destination which is relevant to you and your audience, and I feel like, a destination can be the same, but everyone has such different experiences over there, and that is actually what sets it apart. So that really needs to come out, and when it does, it is very, very evident, and that works. That just works. So I feel like, as creators, it's also very easy to just kind of get swayed in this whole wave of, oh my God, this person's going viral. Oh my God, that hook is doing well. But every once in a while, just like pulling out and, going up in a helicopter and looking at your own journey and your own purpose just really, really helps to kind of help you find your voice again. And ultimately, that is what works.
Do you think and I'm guessing we kind of understand the difference that I mean when I say influencer versus celebrity. I mean, they're all very well known, but do you think celebrities are maybe held to a different standard of authenticity and expectation than influencers?
Can I take this?
Yes, please.
I think 100%. Celebrities can be doing anything. Anything under the sun. That, yeah. People will still go and like their post. People will still go and share their post. People will still comment. We do anything which is a little bit of out of turn, people will be like, cancel.
Yeah, but why do you think that is? Is it because you're relatable and they're somehow in the pantheon and the stratosphere?
There's a halo around celebrities, so that's the reason, because they're treated as God in our country. Anybody who's really, really popular will be treated as God, and so you don't question God, right? You'll
no, but then it's like, say for example, I'm so sorry to cut you. Say for example, some celebrity who's really into fitness, okay, can still sell Coke or a rated drink, right? Nobody's going to question it. People are going to still applaud, wow, what an ad, what, you're looking so awesome. Dare anybody in the influencer or content creator world who's a fitness creator does this? You can't.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the onus on people of different fame and popularity is, it's quite a fine edge that they all have to work. They all have to walk, sorry. Coming just about to the end and hoping to get lunch soon, let's say, how do you envision the role of travel influencers evolving over the next 5 years with new technologies and consumer behaviors? And what innovative approaches should travel influencers need to adopt to stay relevant? Not something that we've been doing so far, but, Archana.
So, technologies and trends will keep coming and going, right? So, but what is going to stay forever is the authentic storytelling. Like earlier we used to have televisions, magazines and all that, but now it's the social media. So, if you know what you are trying to tell and it is useful for the consumers, useful for the travelers, they're going to consume it. But at the same time, using technology, like, for example, searching, what are the people looking for? Before you create a content, do that kind of a research and then frame your content and deliver it in a manner which is useful. Also, keeping in mind not just what the consumer is looking for, but what a destination requires, right? It's not just the money, but what does it require? How can you solve some problems? Keeping that also in mind will help, and you can play a game for the long run. And then, there are so many people who are in smaller towns and all that. Sometimes guiding them can also help, because this is a big industry and it's going to grow further. So the more people become aware of the issues, the more they start talking about, that's how the bigger issues can be solved through this. It's not just content creation. We have a far bigger role to play here.
I think being a travel creator is one of the toughest, because you feel alive and you feel alone at the same time, most of the time. It's very tough. People don't understand it. You reach a new destination, you feel so alive, and then after a day you're like, I'm lonely, I'm homesick, I need to get back home, I need that home food or whatever. But I think it's what will set you apart is your own style, because when brands contact me, they're like, we want content in your style. They don't mention anything. And because I cover technology, and you must have figured out with what I'm saying, cover technology, automobiles and luxury. So my travel content is very different from the panelists here, because they are purely doing travel in the way that it should be. But what I do is, if I'm invited to these exotic places to drive a new car like Graz, Austria or any place, I'm showing the place while also showing technology and automobile. So they want it that way. So everybody has their own peculiar style, and that really will stick around and will make you stand out in the longer run.
My last question for the segment. What are the different kinds of travel habits that you've noticed amongst people in our country? What are the current trends, and what do you think that says about the way the space is evolving?
That's an interesting one, because the new trend is just go there and rest, do nothing. Everybody wants to do that, because for us Indians, I've seen throughout growing up, my family like, get ready, pack up, everything. We reach there, okay, let's leave the hotel room, let's have to see places, sightseeing and all of. Now it's relaxation travel. You just go there, lie down on the beach the whole day. So that is a new trend, and I think it's very important, because travel should be for relaxing, not stressing yourself. But as travel creators, I'm sorry, we're not able to do that also.
I think one of the trends that I've noticed is increase in the number of women traveling solo, even if they might be traveling in groups of strangers, but that has really increased. That, you know, step out of the house, even if it's a 2-day trip, 3-day trip to, say, for example, Dharamshala or Sikkim, but, you know, that's happening quite a bit, which is very, very nice.
The empowerment towards
Yes.
Independent travel.
Yes.
So there's one big trend which I have actually observed, and which I heard, I was attending an Adventure Travel World Summit where they mentioned about this, that the demarcation of travelers, by the way, okay, this is a budget traveler, this is a foodie, this is somebody who's into luxury travel, those lines are blurring. Now, whether you have that much amount of money or not, whether you are spending like lakhs and lakhs of money or you're spending some thousands, you want everything. You want good food, you want good experiences, you want to travel, like one day you could be living out of a hostel, next day you could be living out of a good luxury, you know, yacht. So it's all about experiences. It's no more about, you know, tick marking the sightseeing destinations. It's all about experiential. It's all about what you are offering, something different. The bragging rights have now changed. It's about, oh, it's not I went to Paris and saw Eiffel Tower. No, it's like I had this meal with this master chef, or I went to see the pyramids with this historian. It's all about experiences. They want everything. So that those lines are blurring. That's the biggest trend that I have seen.
Yeah,
and sustainability also.
I
like
went to Florence and
yeah.
got soaps from a 13th century monks tradition. Unique theories.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. Like, to actually build on what you said, it's actually become more about experiences rather than just, you know, covering, say, 10 countries in one trip, or like just having that tick mark that, oh my God, I traveled, or this is what I did on my holiday. Like, one thing I've noticed, especially with my audience who's been talking about this a little bit, is that people are actually planning trips around very specific experiences. Like, they will travel for a concert. They will travel only to dive. They will travel to go get massages.
The reason for that is now content creators are telling them, not travel agents. So that's the reason.
Well, so that's actually one of the biggest trends I've noticed. And I feel like because there's so much focus on an experience, it's also becoming more wholesome or more in-depth, like more specific, you know, rather than just being a generic trip.
Yeah. The travel experience is not just about going to a hotel, but also, you know, you have a more enriched life. 3 travel destinations someone should go to within India, maybe first, yeah? I mean, just very quickly. Yeah?
Spiti. I've not been to Northeast, but Meghalaya is big on your agenda. Yes, and Kerala.
Podi. It's a very small place, but I think it has not been hyped about the way the bigger hill stations have been done. But some of the people, the kind of work they are doing, they are actually solving bigger problems. Like, Podi has a migration issue. So some people are actually doing reverse migration. So definitely Podi, Banswara, it's the greenest part of Rajasthan, which hardly people know about. And I have a sweet spot for wildlife. So places like, okay, Pench and other places, everybody knows Bandhavgarh, but how about, you know, going to Satpura or those kind of places? So yeah, international, I have a huge list. We'll come back later.
So I'm going to say Spiti again, but only because our places, it was transformative for me, so I'm going to say that. The second I would say is Kashmir in every season. Like, every season is so different. It's like you visited a different place altogether. So that would be the second. And the third I would say is Tamil Nadu, because I feel like that coastline is so unexplored and things change every few kilometers, and I feel like it's super underrated. So I would definitely recommend Tamil Nadu.
I'm sure the trend is also to experience untapped places, and for me, of course, Kashmir is one of them. It's still untapped. A lot of people just go just to Gulmarg and just Sonmarg and just see the snow and come back. They don't see the autumn, they don't see the fall. The other places I would recommend is people should definitely not just look at Nordic countries or European countries. Go to Eastern Europe, go to Bosnia. All of these places are very cheap. They are like great, friendly people. And Eastern Africa, it's beautiful. People don't go there. People are like South Africa and all that. These are expensive places to go because they're untapped yet. But these are places that give you an experience of you'll never be able to take it again. Yep.
That's at the end of our session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We can always update our bucket list based on what you've said today. Thank you again to everybody.
So authentic storytelling, having a voice, sharing real experiences are key to creating travel content. We learned this and a lot more. Now I would like to extend an invitation to India Today's managing editor, S. Sahaya Ranjit, to present a token of appreciation to the panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to an end of an insightful travel event. I would like to express my gratitude to our audience for spending their day with us. A special thanks to all our speakers for sharing their perspectives. I would also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, presented by Tourism and Civil Aviation Department, Government of Sikkim, State Partner Gujarat Tourism, Associate Sponsors, Meghalaya Tourism, Uttarakhand Tourism, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan Tourism, Tamil Nadu Tourism, Delhi Tourism. I do hope these insights have fueled your passion for travel and exploration. We look forward to welcoming you back next year. I would also like to request you to join us for lunch, which has been curated specially by the chefs at Oberoi Hotel, bringing together the taste of India to your plates. Thank you and have a good day.